In the ancient world, long before the comfort of hotels or the ease of travel apps, a traveler was a vulnerable figure, entirely at the mercy of strangers. To wander into a new town or a different kingdom was to step into the unknown, a world where you had no friends, no family, and no protection. It was a lonely and dangerous position to be in. To solve this, the ancient Greeks created a powerful, unwritten rule, a sacred trust that was watched over by Zeus himself, the king of all the gods. This rule was called Xenia, the law of hospitality. It was a simple idea, but it formed the very bedrock of their society. It meant that you had a divine duty to welcome any stranger into your home, to offer them food, drink, a bath, and a place to rest, no questions asked. You were to treat them as an honored guest, because for all you knew, it could be a god in disguise, testing your kindness. Only after the guest was comfortable and cared for could you ask their name or where they came from. In return, the guest had a duty to be respectful, to not overstay their welcome, and to offer a gift if they could. This beautiful exchange created a bond, a guest friendship, that could last for generations. But what happened when this sacred rule was broken? The consequences were not just social shame. They were swift, terrible, and often deadly. For to break the law of hospitality was to insult Zeus directly. One of the most famous stories of broken Xenia involves the hero Odysseus, a clever king who was trying to sail home after a long war. A storm blew his ship far off course to an island that seemed untouched by the laws of men or gods. It was the land of the Cyclopes, giant, one-eyed creatures who lived in caves and cared for nothing but their own strength and their flocks of sheep. Odysseus and his men, starving and desperate, stumbled upon a large cave. It was empty, but clearly lived in. There were pens of lambs and shelves stacked high with giant wheels of cheese and buckets of milk. His men urged him to take what they needed and run. But Odysseus, a firm believer in the sacred rule of hospitality, refused. He believed the owner of the cave would surely see them as guests and offer them gifts, as was proper. This was a grave mistake. The owner of the cave was a cyclops named Polyphemus, a son of the sea god Poseidon. When he returned, driving his massive flock of sheep before him, he sealed the entrance with a boulder so large that 24 horses couldn't move it. He saw the tiny men huddled in the shadows and did not see guests. He saw intruders. He saw food. Odysseus stepped forward and pleaded his case, reminding the giant of Zeus and the sacred laws of Xenia. Polyphemus just laughed, a booming, terrible sound that shook the cave. He claimed he was stronger than Zeus and cared nothing for the gods or their rules. Then, to show his contempt, he snatched 2 of Odysseus's men, smashed their heads against the rock floor, and ate them raw. It was an act of such profound horror, such a complete and brutal violation of every rule of decency and hospitality, that it sealed his own doom. Odysseus, trapped and horrified, had to use his famous cleverness to survive. He eventually managed to blind the giant with a sharpened stake and escape by clinging to the bellies of the sheep as Polyphemus let them out to graze. But the giant's punishment was not just the loss of his eye, it was the curse he brought down upon Odysseus from his father, Poseidon, a curse that would follow the hero across the sea for 10 long years, all because a monster refused to be a good host. But mortals could be just as monstrous. There was once a king in a land called Arcadia named Lycaon. He was a powerful and respected ruler, but in his heart he was arrogant. He heard whispers that Zeus, the king of the gods, sometimes walked the earth disguised as a poor traveler to test the hearts of men. Lycaon scoffed at this. He believed he was smarter than any god, and decided to devise a test of his own. When a weary traveler appeared at his palace gates one evening, Lycaon welcomed him with a great show of respect, just as the rules of Xenia demanded. He offered the stranger a bath, fresh clothes, and a seat of honor at his banquet table. The traveler, who was of course Zeus in disguise, watched everything with calm, knowing eyes. Lycaon, wanting to prove once and for all if his guest was truly a god, committed the ultimate, unspeakable taboo. He secretly had a servant kill a young boy, a captive from a nearby village, and had the cooks prepare the meat to be served to the guest. He thought, if this man is a god, he will surely know what he is eating and be horrified. If he is just a man, he will eat it and prove himself a fool. As the platter was brought out, a deep, unnatural silence fell over the hall. Zeus's calm expression finally broke, replaced by a look of pure, divine fury. He knew instantly the horrific meal that lay before him. He stood up, and the very stones of the palace began to tremble. He overturned the table, and with a roar that sounded like 1,000 thunderclaps, he revealed his true form. Lightning flashed in his eyes. King Lycaon, seeing the raw power of the god he had mocked, was filled with a terror so complete it stole his voice. He fled the palace on all fours, screaming and scrambling into the dark woods. As he ran, his fine clothes ripped away, and coarse gray fur sprouted from his skin. His fingers fused into claws, his jaw lengthened into a snout full of sharp teeth. Zeus had not killed him. He had given him a punishment that fit his crime. For acting like a savage beast, he was transformed into one. Lycaon became the first werewolf, cursed to forever roam the forests with an insatiable hunger, for the very thing he had so wickedly served to a guest, a living symbol of the terrible price for breaking the most sacred rule of all. There's a line, thin as a spider's thread, that separates greatness from arrogance. In the world of the ancient Greeks, this line was the most dangerous place a mortal could stand. To be proud of your skills, your strength, or your beauty was natural. But to believe that your talents made you equal to the gods, or even better than them, that was a fatal mistake. This sin had a special name, hubris. It wasn't just simple pride. It was a defiant, boastful arrogance that challenged the divine order of the cosmos. It was telling the gods, I am better than you. And for the gods, who were powerful, immortal, and deeply insecure, this was an insult that could not be ignored. The punishment for hubris was always inventive, always absolute, and served as a chilling lesson to any mortal who dared to forget their place. There once was a king named Salmoneus who ruled a prosperous kingdom. He was a good ruler in many ways, but he was infected with this poison of hubris. He watched the priests of Zeus, how they would pray for rain and how the people would honor the god of the sky for his thunder and lightning. Salmoneus grew jealous of this worship. He wanted that fear, that respect for himself. So, he devised a plan, a blasphemous piece of theater designed to steal the thunder from Zeus himself. He ordered his blacksmiths to build him a magnificent chariot made of bronze. He had them attach dried animal skins and bronze cauldrons that would bang and clang together as he drove. He would then ride this chariot at full speed through the city streets, dragging his noisy contraptions behind him, creating a deafening, clattering roar that mimicked the sound of thunder. To complete the illusion, he would hurl lighted torches into the air, which would arc across the sky like bolts of lightning. The people were terrified. They had never seen such a spectacle. Salmoneus, in his madness, declared that he was Zeus, and that the people should worship him instead. Up on Mount Olympus, Zeus watched this display, not with anger, but with a kind of weary disappointment. He had seen this before. He had seen mortals rise so high on their own pride that they forgot the vast, unbridgeable gap between themselves and the divine. He did not send the messenger. He did not issue a warning. The time for warnings was long past. As Salmoneus rode through his city, basking in the terrified screams of his people, the real sky above him began to darken. The air grew still and heavy. Then from the heavens a single silent bolt of lightning, brighter and hotter than 1,000 of the king's pathetic torches, shot down from the sky. It struck the bronze chariot directly. There was no thunder, only a blinding flash of white light and the smell of ozone. The chariot, the horses, and the arrogant king were instantly vaporized, turned to nothing but a whisper of smoke and a dark stain on the cobblestones. Zeus had not just punished Salmoneus, he had erased him, a quiet, final answer to the man who dared to imitate his power. But hubris was not always so loud and theatrical. Sometimes it was found in the quiet confidence of a young woman's hands. In a small village lived a girl named Arachne, who was a weaver of incredible skill. Her fingers moved across the loom with a speed and grace that was mesmerizing to watch. The tapestries she created were not just beautiful, they were alive. She could weave scenes so realistic that you would think you could hear the water flowing in a river or feel the warmth of the sun on a woven field of flowers. People came from all over just to see her work, and they would whisper that she must have been taught by Athena herself, the goddess of wisdom and crafts. At first, Arachne would just smile, but over time, the praise began to feed a dangerous pride in her heart. When people said she must be a student of Athena, she began to scoff. Taught by Athena, she would say, my skill is my own. In fact, I would be willing to bet that I am even better than the goddess herself. This was hubris in its purest form. The words, spoken aloud, traveled on the wind all the way to Mount Olympus. Athena, disguised as an old woman, appeared at Arachne's workshop. She gently warned the girl, "Be proud of your skill, child, but do not challenge the gods. Apologize, and the goddess may yet forgive your foolish words." Arachne just laughed in the old woman's face. "Let her come," she boasted. "Let us have a contest, and we will see who is truly the master." The old woman's disguise melted away, revealing the tall, gray-eyed goddess in all her glory. A divine light filled the room. Arachne was startled, but her pride was too strong to back down. The contest began. 2 looms were set up, and side by side, the mortal and the goddess began to weave. Athena's tapestry was a masterpiece of divine order. She wove the story of her contest with Poseidon for the city of Athens, a scene showing the majesty and power of the gods, and in the corners, she wove 4 small warnings, vivid images of mortals who had defied the gods and their terrible punishments. It was a beautiful, awe-inspiring, and cautionary tale. Arachne, however, chose a different subject. Her tapestry was also a work of genius, but it was filled with scenes of the gods at their worst. She wove stories of Zeus and his many affairs, of Apollo and his failed pursuits, of the gods being deceitful, petty, and foolish. It was a stunningly beautiful and deeply insulting piece of work, a masterpiece of mortal defiance. When she was finished, she stepped back, a triumphant smirk on her face. Athena examined the tapestry. She could not find a single flaw in the weaving. The skill was perfect. But the subject, the sheer, unadulterated hubris of it, was an unforgivable crime. Filled with a cold rage, Athena ripped Arachne's beautiful, blasphemous tapestry to shreds. Then she touched the girl's forehead. Arachne felt a terrible itching sensation. Her body began to shrink and contort. Her arms and legs grew long and spindly. Her nose and mouth disappeared, and her fingers fused together. Athena had not killed her. She had given her a fate born from her own pride. She transformed Arachne into the very first spider. "You love to weave," the goddess said, her voice echoing in the now empty room. "So you will weave forever. You and all your children will hang from the corners of rooms, spinning your webs for all time, a constant reminder of the folly of hubris." In our world, a promise can be a fragile thing. It can be broken by a change of heart, a convenient excuse, or a simple lapse in memory. But for the ancient Greeks, and especially for their gods, an oath was a chain made of iron. It was a sacred, unbreakable bond, and the most powerful and terrifying of all oaths was one sworn upon the river Styx. The Styx was no ordinary river. It was a dark, gloomy river that flowed through the underworld, the realm of the dead. It was a river of shadows and secrets, a place that even the gods themselves feared. To swear an oath and invoke the name of the Styx was to call upon the very power of life and death as your witness. It was to say, "If I break this promise, may I suffer a fate worse than death." For a mortal, breaking such an oath meant certain doom. But for a god, the punishment was even more profound. A god who broke an oath sworn on the Styx would fall into a death-like coma for a full year, unable to move or speak, deprived of the sweet nectar and ambrosia that gave them their immortality. After that, they would be exiled from the company of the other gods for 9 long years, a punishment of shame and isolation that was almost unbearable for these proud, social beings. This rule was absolute. Not even Zeus, the king of all gods, was above it. His own words, once bound by the Styx, could become a cage from which even he could not escape. One of the most tragic stories of such an oath involves a mortal woman named Semele. She was a princess of Thebes, and she was so beautiful that Zeus himself fell in love with her. He would visit her in secret, always disguised as a mortal man, and for a time they were happy. But their love was a secret that could not be kept from Zeus's wife, the ever-watchful and deeply jealous goddess Hera. Hera, however, did not confront Zeus directly. Her plans were always more subtle, more cruel. She disguised herself as an old nurse, a woman that Semele had trusted since she was a child. In this disguise, she began to plant seeds of doubt in the young princess's mind. "How do you know your lover is truly who he says he is?" the old nurse would whisper. "How do you know he is not some monster tricking you with a handsome face? If he is truly Zeus, the king of the gods, then he should not be afraid to show you his true form." Semele, who was young and in love, at first dismissed these whispers, but the doubt, once planted, began to grow. She wanted to believe in her lover, but she also wanted to proof, a sign that his love was real and that he was truly the mighty god he claimed to be. The next time Zeus came to her, she made him promise her something. "Swear it," she said, her heart pounding. "Swear that you will grant me any one wish, whatever I ask." Zeus, deeply in love and eager to please her, was careless. Instead of swearing on his own name, he made the most solemn vow a god could make. He swore upon the black waters of the river Styx. It was a promise he could not break. Only after the oath was sworn did Semele reveal her wish, a wish fed to her by the disguised and hateful Hera. "I want to see you," she said, her voice trembling with a mixture of fear and excitement. "I want to see you in all your glory, just as you appeared to Hera on Mount Olympus." A look of pure horror crossed Zeus's face. He knew what would happen. He begged her to change her mind, to ask for anything else, riches, power, a long life. But she refused. The oath was sworn. His hands were tied. He was bound by the Styx. With a heavy heart, he began to reveal his true, divine form. The room filled with a light so bright it was like looking into the heart of a star. The air crackled with the raw power of thunder and lightning. For a single, breathtaking moment, Semele saw him, the true king of the gods, a being of pure energy and unimaginable power. And then, she was gone. A mortal body could not withstand such a sight. She was instantly incinerated, turned to ash by the very glory she had asked to see. Zeus, heartbroken, managed to save their unborn child, a boy named Dionysus, by snatching him from the ashes and sewing him into his own thigh to grow. But he was forever haunted by the memory of the woman he loved, a victim of his own unbreakable promise. This binding rule affected not just lovers, but the very structure of the cosmos. When the 3 great gods, Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades, first divided the universe, they had to agree on how to share it. Zeus took the sky, Poseidon took the sea, But Hades was given the dark, gloomy, and lonely realm of the underworld. It was a kingdom of shadows, a place no one wanted. To make the deal fair, and to ensure that no one would try to go back on their word, they all swore a mighty oath on the river Styx to honor this division forever. This meant that Hades was permanently the king of the dead, a role he accepted with a grim sense of duty. But his realm was lonely. He watched the world above, the world of light and life, and he longed for a queen to share his silent kingdom. He set his heart on Persephone, the beautiful daughter of Demeter, the goddess of the harvest. One day, as she was picking flowers in a meadow, Hades burst from the earth in his dark chariot and pulled her down into the underworld with him. Demeter was overcome with grief. She searched the entire world for her daughter, and as she mourned, the world mourned with her. The crops withered, the trees lost their leaves, and a cold, barren winter fell upon the earth. The other gods begged Zeus to do something. He knew he had to act, but his hands were tied by the ancient oath on the Styx. He could not simply command Hades to give Persephone back, because the underworld was Hades's kingdom, his by right of their unbreakable promise. To interfere directly would be to challenge the oath, and not even Zeus could do that. So he had to be clever. He sent his messenger Hermes down to the underworld with a deal. Hades could keep his queen, but he had to allow her to return to her mother for part of the year, to bring the warmth and life of spring back to the world. Hades, who had grown to love Persephone, agreed, but with one condition of his own. Before she left, he offered her a single glistening pomegranate. Persephone, hungry from her time in the shadows, ate just 6 small seeds. It seemed like a small, innocent act, but it was a trick. Anyone who ate the food of the underworld was bound to it forever. Because she had eaten those 6 seeds, she was now tied to Hades's realm by its own ancient laws. So, a compromise was struck, one that honored all the rules. For 6 months of the year, one for each seed she had eaten, she would live with her husband as the queen of the underworld. And for the other 6 months, she would return to the world above, bringing the spring and summer with her. It was a solution born of necessity, a delicate dance around a set of unbreakable oaths that even the king of the gods had to respect. The gods of Olympus were beings of immense power and timeless age, but they were not above the messy, complicated, and often chaotic pull of desire. And no god was more ruled by his passions than Zeus, the king of them all. While he was the mighty ruler of the sky, the bringer of justice, and the keeper of order, he was also endlessly, tirelessly, and shamelessly in love with love. His heart was a revolving door of passions, and his eyes were always wandering from his throne on Olympus down to the world of mortals. He was captivated by the fleeting, fragile beauty of mortal women, princesses, priestesses, and simple country girls. But pursuing these affairs was a dangerous game. It wasn't the women he feared, but his wife, Hera, the queen of the gods. Her jealousy was legendary, her rage a thing of cosmic terror. To hide his affairs from her watchful eyes, Zeus couldn't just sneak around. He had to be creative. He had to be deceptive. He became a master of disguise, transforming himself into a bizarre and bewildering array of creatures and even forces of nature, all to get close to the women he desired. These transformations were not just strange, they were a testament to the wild, unpredictable, and often selfish nature of a god's love. One of his most famous pursuits was that of a beautiful princess named Europa. She was playing with her friends in a field of flowers by the sea when she saw a magnificent bull emerge from the waves. It was no ordinary animal. Its coat was a brilliant snow white, its horns were polished like jewels, and its eyes were as gentle and intelligent as a human's. The bull walked calmly towards the girls, and instead of being frightened, they were enchanted by its beauty and its strange, peaceful nature. Europa, bolder than her friends, stepped forward and began to pet the creature, placing a garland of flowers around its neck. The bull knelt before her, as if inviting her to climb onto its back. Hesitantly, she did. The moment she was seated, the great white bull stood up, turned, and charged back into the sea. Her friends could only watch, screaming, as the bull swam away with their princess, its powerful legs cutting through the waves as if it were galloping on land. This, of course, was no bull. It was Zeus. He carried Europa all the way to the distant land of Crete, which would one day be named Europe in her honor. He had won her affection through a gentle, beautiful disguise, but it was still a trick, a divine abduction hidden within a strange and wondrous form. Not all of his transformations were so gentle. Another time, his eye fell upon a priestess of Hera named Io. She was beautiful and sworn to serve the very goddess Zeus was trying to deceive. This made the challenge and the desire even greater. He tried to woo her with sweet words, but she was faithful to her vows and rejected him. So, Zeus resorted to a more forceful approach. He covered the land in a thick, unnatural fog to hide his actions from the sun and, more importantly, from his wife. But Hera was no fool. From high on Olympus, she saw the strange, localized cloud and knew instantly that her husband was up to no good. She flew down to earth, her heart filled with suspicion. As she descended, Zeus, in a moment of panic, needed to hide Io quickly. He transformed the beautiful girl into a small, snow-white cow, a heifer, just as Hera parted the clouds. Hera landed and saw her husband standing innocently in a field next to a particularly beautiful cow. She pretended to be fooled. "What a lovely creature," she said, her voice dripping with false sweetness. "Where did it come from?" Zeus, trapped in his own lie, had to think fast. He mumbled that the cow had just sprung from the earth. Hera smiled. "In that case," she said, "you must give her to me as a gift." Zeus was caught. To refuse would be to admit his guilt. To agree would be to condemn the girl he desired to the mercy of his jealous wife. He had no choice. He handed over the beautiful heifer. Hera, knowing exactly who the cow was, took her and gave her to her most trusted servant, a giant named Argus Panoptes. Argus was the perfect guard. He had 100 eyes scattered all over his body, and he never closed more than 2 of them at a time to sleep. He tied the poor heifer to a tree and watched her day and night. Io was trapped. She was a prisoner in a cow's body, unable to speak, unable to explain her fate. She could only moo in misery as the giant with 100 eyes watched her every move. Zeus had used his power to get what he wanted, but his strange and panicked transformation had only led to a terrible, silent suffering for the woman he claimed to desire. Perhaps his most bizarre and abstract transformation was for a princess named Danae. Her father, a king, had been warned by an oracle that his own grandson would one day kill him. Terrified, the king decided to prevent his daughter from ever having children. He didn't kill her. Instead, he built a chamber of bronze, open to the sky but with no doors, and locked her inside, a prisoner in a beautiful, metallic cage. He thought she was safe, that no man could ever reach her. But he had not accounted for the king of the gods. Zeus saw the imprisoned princess and was captivated by her lonely beauty. He could not break down the bronze walls, and he could not enter as a man. So, he transformed himself into something that could not be stopped, something that could flow through the smallest cracks. He became a shower of golden rain. A shimmering, liquid light poured down from the sky and into the open roof of the bronze chamber, pooling in Danae's lap. From this strange and beautiful union, a child was conceived, a boy named Perseus, the very hero who would, years later, accidentally fulfill the prophecy by killing his grandfather with a stray discus throw. Zeus's desire had found a way, not as a beast or a man, but as a form of pure golden light, a strange and wondrous testament to a god who would change his very substance for a moment of forbidden love. These were not just simple tricks. They were the acts of a being who saw the entire world as his playground, and everything in it, including his own form, as something that could be bent and changed to suit the whims of his powerful and insatiable heart. The world of the ancient Greeks was not always a place of suffering and hardship. There was a time, long ago, when humanity lived in a state of blissful ignorance. There was no sickness, no old age, no exhausting labor, and no deep, biting sadness. It was a world without evil. But this perfect world was not to last. It was shattered not by a great war or a terrible monster, but by a single act of curiosity, a moment of weakness from the very first woman ever created. Her name was Pandora, and she was both a beautiful gift and a terrible punishment, a living, breathing trap sent by Zeus to unleash chaos upon the world of men. Her story is a quiet, tragic tale about a forbidden container and the irresistible, dangerous pull of the unknown. The story begins not with Pandora, but with a titan named Prometheus. He was a clever and compassionate being who saw that humanity was struggling, living in cold, dark caves without the tools they needed to thrive. Against the express command of Zeus, Prometheus stole fire from the heavens and gave it to mankind. With fire, humans could cook their food, forge tools, and warm their homes. It was the dawn of civilization, a great leap forward for mortals. But for Zeus, it was an act of defiance. He was furious with Prometheus, and he punished him with an eternity of torment, chaining him to a rock where an eagle would eat his liver every day. But Zeus's anger was not satisfied. He felt that humanity, too, deserved to be punished for accepting this stolen gift. He decided to create a punishment that was not swift and violent, but slow, subtle, and everlasting. He would give them a gift they could not refuse, a beautiful evil, that would look like a blessing but would carry a hidden curse. He commanded Hephaestus, the blacksmith god, to sculpt a woman from clay, one with a face as beautiful as an immortal goddess. Athena, the goddess of wisdom, breathed life into her and dressed her in shimmering silver robes. Aphrodite, the goddess of love, gave her the gift of irresistible charm and grace. And Hermes, the messenger god, the trickster, gave her a clever, deceitful mind and a deep, burning curiosity. They named her Pandora, which means all-gifted, because each of the gods had given her something. She was the first woman, a perfect, beautiful creation. But she was created for one purpose, to deliver Zeus's revenge. Before sending her to Earth, Zeus gave her one final gift, a large, sealed jar, or a box in some tellings. It was beautifully decorated, but it was heavy, as if filled with something important. "Do not open this," Zeus warned her, his voice calm but firm. "It is not for you. It is a gift for the man you will marry. But you must never, ever look inside." Pandora was then presented to Epimetheus, the brother of Prometheus. His name meant afterthought, and he was not as clever as his brother. Prometheus had warned him never to accept any gifts from Zeus. But when Epimetheus saw Pandora, he was so captivated by her beauty and charm that he forgot his brother's warning completely. He welcomed her into his home, and, in his joy, he barely even noticed the large sealed jar she brought with her. For a while they were happy. The world was still a paradise, and Pandora was a delightful companion. But the jar was always there, sitting in a corner of their home, silent and mysterious. Pandora's curiosity, the gift from Hermes, began to gnaw at her. She would find herself staring at the jar for hours, wondering what could be inside. What treasure, what secret, could be so important that it had to be sealed away forever? She could hear faint, muffled whispers coming from within, tiny voices that seemed to be pleading to be let out. The warning from Zeus echoed in her mind, but the urge to know, the need to see, was becoming unbearable. It was a constant, nagging itch in her mind. She would run her fingers over the smooth clay, feeling the lid, imagining what it would be like to just lift it for a second, to take just one tiny peek. One day, she could resist no longer. While Epimetheus was away, she went to the jar, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and excitement. Her hands trembled as she worked at the lid. With one final pull, it came loose. For a moment, nothing happened. And then, the air was filled with a terrible, rushing sound. From the jar, a thick black cloud of tiny, winged creatures swarmed out, buzzing and shrieking as they flew. They were not treasures. They were all the evils of the world, all the things that humanity had never known before. There was sickness with its feverish touch. There was old age with its slow, creeping weakness. There was misery with its heavy gray cloak. There was greed and envy and hate and pain and 1,000 other sorrows that spread out from the jar like a plague, flying out of the house and across the world, touching every human heart. Pandora, horrified at what she had done, tried to slam the lid back on, but it was too late. All the evils were already free. She slumped to the floor, weeping, knowing that she had ruined paradise forever. But then she heard a tiny, fluttering sound still coming from the bottom of the jar. It was a small, gentle voice, very different from the horrible shrieks that had come before. Hesitantly, she lifted the lid one more time. Out flew a single tiny creature, glowing with a soft, warm light. It did not fly away. It fluttered around her head, brushing against her tears with its delicate wings. This was Elpis, the spirit of hope. It was the last thing in the jar, the one small comfort that Zeus had packed in with all the sorrows. And so, while humanity would now have to face a world filled with hardship and pain, they would never be completely lost. In the darkest of times, when all the other evils were swirling around them, they would always have that one tiny glowing thing left to cling to, the hope that things might one day get better. In the grand, chaotic theater of the Greek cosmos, with gods bickering on Olympus and heroes fighting monsters on earth, it is easy to think that Zeus, the mighty king of the gods, was the one in charge. He had the lightning, the power, and the authority. But even Zeus, in all his glory, was subject to a power far older, far more mysterious, and utterly absolute. This was the power of fate, a force that governed the lives of every mortal and every god, from the smallest mouse to the king of Olympus himself. Fate was not a written law or a divine decree. It was a tangible thing, a thread spun and measured by 3 ancient, shadowy sisters known as the Moirai. Their decisions were final, their work unstoppable. They were the quiet, unseen rulers of the universe, and their weird, unbreakable rules ensured that every life, no matter how grand, had a beginning, a middle, and a predetermined end. The Moirai, or the Fates as they were often called, were 3 sisters who lived in a dark, remote corner of the universe, far from the light of Olympus. They were not beautiful or glamorous like the other goddesses. They were old, stern, and eternally busy with their single cosmic task. Their names were Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropos. Clotho, whose name means the spinner, was the one who spun the thread of life. At the moment of a person's birth, she would begin to spin a new thread, its texture and color determined by the destiny of the newborn. A strong golden thread might belong to a great king, while a thin, frayed thread might be for a sickly child. The second sister was Lachesis, whose name means the allotter. It was her job to measure the thread. With her long, bony fingers, she would unspool a certain length of thread for each life, determining how long that person would live and what fortunes and misfortunes they would encounter along the way. She would weave in knots of hardship, patches of brilliant joy, and long stretches of simple, everyday existence. The third and most feared of the sisters was Atropos, whose name means the unturnable or the inevitable. She was the smallest of the 3, but she held the most power. In her hand, she carried a pair of long, sharp shears. When Lachesis had finished measuring the thread of a life, Atropos would step forward, and with a final decisive snip, she would cut the thread, ending that person's life instantly. There was no appeal, no negotiation, and no escape. When your thread was cut, your time was over. This was the absolute, unchangeable law of the universe. The gods could see the threads, and they could sometimes intervene to help a favorite mortal navigate the path Lachesis had laid out for them. But they could not change the length of the thread. Not even Zeus could stop Atropos's shears. This created a strange and difficult situation for the gods. They were immortal, but the lives of their children, their lovers, and their favorite heroes were all subject to the snip of Atropos's shears. Zeus himself felt the pain of this limitation most keenly. He once had a son named Sarpedon, a brave and noble hero fighting in the Trojan War. Zeus loved him dearly and watched over him from Olympus. During a great battle, Zeus saw his son's thread of life, and he saw that Lachesis had measured it to be very short. He saw that Atropos was standing nearby, her shears ready. He knew that Sarpedon was fated to die that very day. His heart was torn. He was the king of the gods. He could shatter mountains and boil the seas. Surely he could save his own son. He considered defying the fates, snatching Sarpedon from the battlefield and hiding him away. But his wife, Hera, saw the conflict in his eyes and came to him with a stern warning. "If you save your son," she said, "if you break this fundamental rule, then what is to stop every other god from doing the same? What is to stop Poseidon from saving a drowning sailor, or Apollo from saving a fallen warrior? The entire cosmic order will unravel. The threads will become tangled, and the universe will fall into chaos." Zeus knew she was right. With a heavy heart, he turned his eyes away, allowing the thread to be cut. He could only watch in sorrow as his beloved son fell in battle, a victim not of the enemy's spear, but of the cold, impartial shears of fate. He could make the heavens weep for his son, sending down a shower of bloody raindrops, but he could not bring him back. The gods didn't always accept this limitation so gracefully. They were constantly trying to peek at the threads, to find loopholes, to outsmart the inevitable. There was a prophecy, a thread spun by the fates long ago, that said that the sea nymph Thetis would one day have a son who was destined to be greater than his father. This was a terrifying prophecy for Zeus. He desired Thetis, but he knew that if he fathered a child with her, that child would one day overthrow him, just as he had overthrown his own father, Kronos. His desire for power was, in this one case, stronger than his desire for love. To protect his throne, he arranged for Thetis to be married off to a mortal king, a good man named Peleus. He thought he had cleverly sidestepped his fate. The son born to Thetis and Peleus was the great hero Achilles, and while Achilles was indeed one of the greatest warriors who ever lived, he was still a mortal. He was not greater than his divine father could have been. Zeus had successfully dodged the prophecy, but only by giving up the woman he wanted and accepting the absolute power of the fates' decree. He had not changed the prophecy. He had simply made sure he was not the father in it. It was a subtle, clever move, but it was still an admission that he was not the one in control. The three silent sisters, with their thread and their shears, held the true power, a quiet, constant reminder that in the grand design of the cosmos, everyone, from the smallest mortal to the mightiest god, had a destiny that was already spun, measured, and waiting to be cut. There are certain lines that should never be crossed, certain acts so profoundly unnatural that they stain the very fabric of the world. For the ancient Greeks, one of the most horrific and unforgivable of these taboos was the act of cannibalism. To eat the flesh of another human being was not just a crime, it was a defilement of the natural order, an act of such monstrous depravity that it invited a curse that could poison a family for generations. It was a deed that turned the sacred act of sharing a meal into a scene of unspeakable horror. The gods themselves were sickened by it, and their punishment for such a crime was never swift or clean. It was a slow, creeping poison, a legacy of suffering passed down from father to son, a darkness that could never be washed away. The most infamous story of this taboo is the tale of two brothers, Atreus and Thyestes, and the cursed feast that doomed their family forever. The story begins, as so many tragedies do, with a bitter rivalry. Atreus and Thyestes were the sons of a king, and they were locked in a jealous struggle for power, for the throne of their father's kingdom. They cheated and betrayed each other in a constant, escalating cycle of revenge. Thyestes, in a move of profound betrayal, had an affair with his brother's wife, hoping to steal the throne through deceit. When Atreus discovered this, his heart was filled with a rage so cold and so absolute that it went far beyond a simple desire for justice. He didn't just want to punish his brother, he wanted to destroy him, to utterly annihilate his spirit in a way that he could never recover from. He began to plot a revenge so monstrous, so diabolical, that it would be whispered in horror for centuries to come. Atreus pretended that he was willing to forgive his brother. He sent a message to Thyestes, who was living in exile, inviting him to return to the kingdom for a great feast of reconciliation. He promised to put their rivalry behind them, to share the throne as brothers should. Thyestes, who was weary of his life in exile and perhaps foolishly believed that his brother's anger had cooled, accepted the invitation. He returned to the palace and was greeted with smiles, hugs, and all the signs of a warm welcome. He was given a bath, dressed in fine robes, and led to a magnificent banquet hall. The tables were groaning with food, and the wine flowed freely. Atreus sat at the head of the table, playing the part of the gracious host, his eyes twinkling with a warmth that was utterly false. The feast began, and Thyestes, his suspicions lulled by the wine and the friendly atmosphere, ate heartily. He was served a special dish, a rich, savory stew that his brother told him was the prize of the feast. He ate it all, remarking on how delicious it was. As the meal wound down and Thyestes was full and content, Atreus began to smile, a slow, cruel smile that did not reach his eyes. "Did you enjoy your meal, brother?" he asked, his voice soft and pleasant. Thyestes, patting his stomach, said that he had. "I am so glad," Atreus continued, "because a father should always enjoy the company of his children." He then clapped his hands, and a servant entered the hall. The servant was carrying a covered platter. He placed it on the table in front of Thyestes and removed the lid. On the platter, arranged as if for display, were the small, severed heads, hands, and feet of Thyestes' own sons. The blood had been washed from them, but their faces were frozen in silent screams. A wave of nausea and horror so profound that it almost stopped his heart washed over Thyestes. He looked from the platter to his brother's smiling face, and finally understood the true nature of the stew he had just eaten. He had been tricked into consuming the flesh of his own children. He let out a wail of such pure animalistic grief and despair that the very stones of the palace seemed to cry out with him. He had been the victim of the ultimate violation, a betrayal so complete and so horrific that it had shattered his soul. At that moment, the gods themselves intervened. The sun, so horrified by the act that had taken place, turned back in its course in the sky, plunging the world into a sudden, unnatural darkness. It was a sign to all of creation that a line had been crossed, that an act had been committed that was an affront to the very light of day. But the darkness was not just in the sky. It was now inside the house of Atreus, a permanent stain on their family line. Thyestes, in his grief, screamed a curse upon his brother and all his descendants, a curse for a lifetime of suffering, betrayal, and violent death. And the curse held. The act of cannibalism had unleashed a cycle of violence that could not be stopped. Atreus's own son, Agamemnon, who would one day lead the Greek armies to Troy, would return from that war only to be murdered by his own wife. His wife, in turn, would be killed by their son, Orestes, to avenge his father. Orestes would then be driven mad by the Furies, the ancient spirits of vengeance, who hunted him across the land for the crime of killing his own mother. The curse flowed down through the generations, a river of blood and tears, all stemming from that one horrific feast. It was a powerful and terrifying lesson. The taboo against cannibalism was not just a social rule, it was a cosmic law. To break it was to invite a darkness into your life that would consume not just you, but everyone you loved. A chilling reminder that some acts are so evil, they leave a wound that can never truly be healed. The world of the ancient Greeks was divided into three distinct kingdoms: the bright sky of Zeus, the restless sea of Poseidon, and a dark, silent realm of the dead, ruled by the grim god Hades. The underworld was not a place of fire and brimstone like some later versions of hell. It was a vast, shadowy, and deeply melancholic place, a kingdom of dust and echoes where the souls of the dead, called shades, drifted in a state of perpetual, joyless twilight. It was a place of finality. The most fundamental and fiercely guarded rule of this kingdom was that once a soul crossed its borders, they could never, ever return to the world of the living. This was not a rule that could be bent or broken by force or trickery. It was an absolute law of the cosmos, as fundamental as gravity. To try and defy it was to challenge the very boundary between life and death, a crime that Hades and the other gods would not tolerate. Yet, the human heart, in its grief, has always refused to accept the finality of death, leading to some of the most tragic and beautiful stories of those who dared to journey into the darkness to bring back a loved one. The most famous of these tales is the story of Orpheus and Eurydice. Orpheus was no great warrior or king. He was a musician, but his talent was so profound it was like a form of magic. When he played his lyre and sang, the world itself would stop to listen. Wild beasts would grow tame, trees would bend their branches to hear better, and even the rocks and rivers would be moved by the beauty of his music. He was deeply in love with a beautiful nymph named Eurydice, and when they married, it seemed like their happiness would be as perfect and as timeless as his songs. But their joy was short-lived. One day, while walking through a meadow, Eurydice was bitten on the ankle by a venomous snake. She died instantly, her soul slipping away like a sigh, and was taken down to the realm of Hades. Orpheus was consumed by a grief so deep that he could no longer play his music. The world grew a little quieter, a little sadder without his songs. He could not accept that Eurydice was gone forever. He decided to do the impossible. He would journey to the underworld himself and persuade Hades to let her go. Armed with nothing but his lyre and his love, he found a hidden entrance to the land of the dead and began his descent into the darkness. The journey was perilous. He first came to the river Styx, the black river that separates the living from the dead. There he encountered Charon, the grim, ancient ferryman who carries the souls of the dead across the water. Charon refused to take a living passenger. But then Orpheus began to play his lyre. The music was so full of sorrow, so full of love and loss, that the old ferryman, who had not shed a tear in 1,000 years, found himself weeping. He agreed to take Orpheus across. Next, Orpheus came to the gates of the underworld, which were guarded by Cerberus, the monstrous three-headed dog who allows souls to enter but never to leave. The beast lunged at him, its 3 mouths roaring, but again Orpheus played his music. The sound was so sweet and so soothing that the great monster's growls turned to whimpers. It lay down on the ground, all 3 of its heads falling asleep, and allowed the musician to pass. Finally, Orpheus arrived at the very heart of the underworld, the dark, echoing throne room of Hades and his queen Persephone. He stood before the grim god of the dead, a lone, living man in a kingdom of shades, and he began to sing. He sang of his love for Eurydice, of the sunlit world they had shared, and of the crushing, empty silence that her death had left behind. The music was so beautiful and so heartbreaking that the entire underworld fell silent. The drifting shades stopped their aimless wandering to listen, their ghostly faces streaked with tears. Even the eternally tormented, like Sisyphus and Tantalus, paused in their punishments. And for the first time, the cold, hard heart of Hades himself was moved. Persephone, her own eyes full of tears, pleaded with her husband to grant the musician's request. Hades, against his better judgment and the most sacred rule of his kingdom, agreed. But he had one strict condition. "You may lead her out of the darkness," he said, his voice like the grinding of stones. "But she will follow behind you. You must not, under any circumstances, look back at her until you have both reached the sunlight of the upper world. If you do, the deal is broken, and she will be mine forever." Orpheus, overjoyed, agreed instantly. He thanked the god of the dead and began his long journey back to the light. As he walked, he could hear the faint, shuffling footsteps of his beloved Eurydice behind him. The silence was agonizing. He longed to turn around, to see her face, to make sure she was really there. But he remembered the warning and kept his eyes fixed forward. He walked through the dark fields, past the sleeping Cerberus, and across the river Styx. He could see the light of the living world ahead, a small pinprick that grew larger and larger. He was almost there. He stepped out of the cave and into the warm sunlight. At that moment, in his relief and his excitement, he forgot the final part of the warning. He had reached the light, but Eurydice, who was still a step behind him, was still in the shadow of the cave. He turned around, a joyful smile on his face. He saw her for a single heartbreaking second. Her face was pale, her eyes full of love and a deep, sudden sorrow. A faint whisper, "Farewell," escaped her lips, and then, like smoke, she was pulled back into the darkness, gone forever. He had broken the one simple rule. He had looked back, and in that one human moment of doubt and impatience, he had lost her for a second time. This rule was not just for heroes. It was woven into the very fabric of the seasons. When Hades first took Persephone to be his queen, her mother Demeter's grief created winter. A deal was struck, allowing Persephone to return for part of the year. But that deal was only possible because of another, smaller rule of the underworld. Anyone who eats the food of the dead is bound to it. Before she left, Hades had tricked her into eating 6 pomegranate seeds. Because of this, she was eternally tied to his kingdom. She could leave, but she always had to return, 1 month for each seed she had eaten. It was this small, unbreakable rule that governed the changing of the seasons, a constant yearly reminder that the laws of the underworld were absolute, and that the boundary between life and death was a line that could be crossed, but never truly erased. In the modern world, we often see nature as something to be used, a resource to be managed, or a pretty backdrop for our lives. But for the ancient Greeks, the natural world was alive with divine presence. Every forest, every river, every mountain was not just a place, it was a territory, a sacred space belonging to a god or a host of minor spirits. Certain groves of trees were considered the personal property of a goddess, and certain animals were her sacred companions. To enter these spaces without permission, to chop down a sacred tree or to harm a divine animal, was not just vandalism, it was a profound act of disrespect. It was trespassing on holy ground. The gods were fiercely protective of their natural domains, and the punishment for mortals who violated these sacred spaces was often swift, brutal, and deeply ironic, a powerful reminder that the wild places of the world had their own ancient and unbreakable rules. One of the most chilling examples of this concerns a group of sailors and a herd of very special cattle. The hero Odysseus, on his long, cursed journey home from the Trojan War, found his ship and his crew stranded on a beautiful, deserted island. The island was called Thrinacia, and it was the sacred pasture of the sun god Helios. On this island lived a herd of magnificent cattle and sheep. They were immortal, beautiful animals, and they were the personal, beloved property of the sun god himself. Odysseus, who had been warned in a prophecy about this very island, made his men swear a solemn oath that they would not, under any circumstances, touch the sacred animals. He knew that to harm them would be to invite the wrath of a powerful god. For a month, the men kept their promise. They lived on the food and wine they had on their ship. But the winds refused to change, trapping them on the island. Their supplies ran out, and they began to starve. The gnawing hunger started to wear away at their discipline and their fear of the gods. One of Odysseus's men, a man named Eurylochus, began to plant seeds of rebellion. "Are we to just sit here and starve to death?" he argued. "It is better to die at sea from a god's anger than to waste away from hunger on this beach. Let us take the best of the cattle and sacrifice them to the gods. Surely they will understand." It was a foolish, desperate argument, but to the starving men it made a terrible kind of sense. While Odysseus was away, sleeping from exhaustion, his men went to the fields, rounded up the finest of Helios's cattle, and killed them. They performed the rituals of sacrifice, but it was a hollow, blasphemous act. They roasted the meat and feasted, satisfying their hunger for the first time in weeks. The crime did not go unnoticed. The nymphs of the island flew to their father, Helios, and told him what the mortals had done. The sun god was filled with a cold, burning rage. He went before Zeus and the other gods and demanded justice. "If you do not punish these men for killing my beloved cattle," he threatened, "I will go down into the underworld and shine among the dead, and the world of the living will be plunged into eternal darkness." Zeus knew this was a threat Helios could carry out. He promised the sun god that the sailors would pay for their crime. When Odysseus returned and saw what his men had done, his heart went cold with fear. He knew they were all doomed. Soon after the winds finally changed, the men, full and happy for the first time in weeks, eagerly set sail. But as soon as their ship was out of sight of land, the sky turned a sickly, blackish green. Zeus had sent a storm of unimaginable fury. A bolt of lightning shattered the ship's mast, and the vessel was torn apart by the wind and the waves. All of the men, every last one who had feasted on the sacred cattle, were thrown into the sea and drowned. Only Odysseus, who had not taken part in the sacrilege, was spared, left to cling to a piece of wreckage alone in the storm-tossed sea. The punishment was absolute, a clear and terrifying message. The property of the gods was not to be touched. Another, even more personal and tragic story of this rule is the tale of a young hunter named Actaeon. He was a good man, a student of the wise centaur Chiron, and he was known for his skill with a bow and his love of the hunt. One hot afternoon, while hunting in the forest, he became separated from his dogs and his companions. He wandered through the woods, looking for a stream to quench his thirst. He stumbled into a quiet, hidden grotto, a beautiful, secluded clearing with a crystal-clear pool of water, surrounded by ancient trees. He did not know it, but he had accidentally wandered into the sacred bathing place of Artemis, the virgin goddess of the hunt and the moon. And at that very moment, the goddess herself was there, her clothes set aside, her divine form bare as she prepared to step into the water, attended by her nymphs. It was a sight no mortal man was ever meant to see. The nymphs screamed and tried to shield their mistress, but it was too late. Actaeon stood frozen, his eyes wide with a mixture of awe and terror at the sight of the naked goddess. Artemis was not just embarrassed. She was filled with a cold, divine fury. Her privacy, her sacred space, had been violated. She did not speak. She simply scooped up a handful of water from the pool and flicked it in Actaeon's face. "Now," she said, her voice as cold as the moon, "you can go and boast that you have seen Artemis naked, if you can." As the water touched his skin, a terrible transformation began. His body started to contort. Antlers sprouted from his head. His skin coarsened and turned to brown fur. His arms and legs lengthened into the slender, powerful limbs of a stag. He tried to cry out, to plead for mercy, but the only sound that came from his throat was the panicked braying of a deer. He turned and fled, his human mind trapped inside the body of a wild animal. As he ran, he caught his reflection in a stream and saw with horror the creature he had become. At that moment, he heard a familiar sound, the baying of hounds. It was his own pack of hunting dogs, the 50 loyal companions he had raised and trained himself. They had caught his scent, but they did not smell their master. They smelled the stag, their natural prey. They fell upon him, a frenzy of teeth and claws. He tried to call out their names, to make them understand, but he had no voice. He could only watch, in silent, human agony, as the animals he loved tore him to pieces. His punishment was perfectly, cruelly ironic. For the crime of seeing something he shouldn't have, he was turned into an animal that could not speak of what he had seen. And for being a great hunter, he was killed by his own hunt. It was a brutal and unforgettable lesson about the sanctity of the wild, a reminder that some places are not for mortal eyes and that the gods will protect their sacred spaces with a terrifying and absolute finality. To be mortal is to live with the constant, quiet knowledge that your time is limited. We are born, we live, and then we die. It is the one universal truth that connects us all. Because of this, we often dream of the opposite. We imagine that to live forever, to be immortal, would be the ultimate blessing, a release from the fear of death and the sorrows of time. But the ancient Greeks, in their wisdom, knew that this was a dangerous fantasy. They told stories that explored a strange and terrifying idea that immortality, when granted without careful thought, could be a punishment far worse than any death. To be trapped in an endless existence, to watch the world and everyone you love grow old and turn to dust while you remain unchanged, could be a lonely, horrifying prison. The gods were immortal, but they were also eternally powerful and unchanging. For a mortal to be given one without the other was to be handed a cursed and poisoned gift. One of the most poignant and tragic tales of this curse is the story of Tithonus. He was a handsome Trojan prince, so beautiful that he caught the eye of Eos, the goddess of the dawn. She was a gentle, romantic goddess, and she fell deeply, truly in love with him. She would visit him each morning, her rosy fingers painting the sky as she arrived, and for a time they were blissfully happy. But Eos was immortal, and Tithonus was not. The thought of watching him grow old and die while she remained eternally young was unbearable to her. So she went before Zeus and pleaded with him to grant her lover the gift of immortality. "Please," she begged, "let him live forever, so that we may never be parted." Zeus, perhaps moved by her love or simply tired of her pleading, agreed. He granted her wish. Tithonus would never die. Eos was overjoyed. She returned to her lover and told him the wonderful news. But in her excitement, in her desperate focus on keeping him alive, she had made a terrible mistake. She had asked for eternal life, but she had forgotten to ask for eternal youth. For a few wonderful years, this oversight didn't matter. They lived in her golden palace at the edge of the world, and their love was as bright as the morning sun. But then, slowly, inevitably, Tithonus began to age. His black hair turned to silver, wrinkles began to line his handsome face, his strong body grew frail and bent. Eos remained as young and as beautiful as the day they met, but the man she loved was withering away before her eyes. He could not die. The gift of immortality prevented that. But he could, and did, continue to grow older and older and older. His mind began to fade, and he would babble endlessly in a thin, reedy voice that she could no longer understand. He became a shrunken, ancient thing, a tiny, helpless creature who could not feed himself or even move from his bed. Eos, her heart breaking, could not bear to look at him, this withered husk of the man she had loved. But she could not abandon him. She had asked for this. It was her fault. She moved him to a locked room in her palace where she could care for him, but did not have to see the constant, painful reminder of her mistake. He just kept shrinking, his voice becoming a high-pitched, meaningless chirp. Eventually, out of a mixture of pity and despair, Eos transformed him into a cicada. He was no longer a man, just a tiny insect, forever chirping, a faint, mindless echo of the voice that had once spoken words of love, a constant, sad reminder of a wish that had been granted all too literally. While Tithonus's curse was born of a lover's mistake, another, more famous eternal punishment was earned through cleverness and deceit. This was the fate of Sisyphus, a king who was so cunning and so arrogant that he believed he could outwit the gods themselves, even the god of death. When his time came to die, and Thanatos, the personification of death, came to collect his soul, Sisyphus managed to trick him. He asked the Thanatos to demonstrate how a special set of unbreakable chains worked, and when the god of death foolishly put them on himself, Sisyphus snapped them shut, making death his prisoner. With Thanatos chained up in Sisyphus's palace, no one on earth could die. The old and the sick lingered in their suffering, and battles were fought where warriors were horribly wounded, but could not find the release of death. It was chaos. Eventually, the gods intervened. Ares, the god of war, was furious that his favorite pastime had lost its deadly thrill, and he came down to earth, freed Thanatos, and handed Sisyphus over to him. But Sisyphus had one more trick up his sleeve. Before he was taken to the underworld, he told his wife not to perform the proper funeral rites for his body. When he arrived in the realm of the dead, he went before Persephone, the queen of the underworld, and put on a great show of being outraged. "My wife has disrespected my memory," he cried. "She has not given me the proper burial. Please, my queen, let me go back for just 3 days to punish her and to make sure my rites are observed. I swear I will return." Persephone, who valued proper burials, was tricked by his plea and agreed. But of course, Sisyphus had no intention of returning. He went back to his palace and lived for many more years, laughing at how he had cheated death not once, but twice. But the gods do not forget. When he finally did die of old age, his punishment was waiting for him. The gods decided that for a man who loved life so much that he would defy death itself, the perfect punishment would be an eternity of meaningless, frustrating labor. He was taken to a special section of the underworld called Tartarus, a place of eternal torment. There, he was given a single unending task. He was to push a massive boulder up a steep hill. The work was agonizing. He would strain every muscle, his body screaming with effort, the sweat pouring from him. He would get the boulder almost to the very top of the hill, his goal just within his grasp. And then, just as he was about to succeed, the boulder would slip from his fingers, roll all the way back down to the bottom, and he would have to start all over again, for all eternity. His immortality was not a blessing. It was the very substance of his curse. He was trapped in a pointless, endless loop, forever striving but never achieving, a living symbol of the ultimate cosmic joke. His eternal life was not life at all. It was an eternity of meaningless effort, a far more profound and horrifying punishment than a simple, quiet death. In our world, birth is a familiar, natural process. But in the world of the Greek gods, the arrival of a new immortal was often a strange, violent, and profoundly bizarre event. Gods were not born in quiet nurseries. They burst forth from their parents in ways that defied all logic and biology. These strange births were not just curious details. They were fundamental to the character of the gods themselves. A goddess born from her father's head would naturally be a creature of intellect and wisdom, while a god born from his father's thigh would be a being of wild, untamed passion. These unnatural origins often had devastating consequences for the mortals caught in the divine drama, their lives shattered by the explosive and unpredictable way the gods brought their children into the world. Perhaps the most famous of these strange births is that of Athena, the goddess of wisdom, warfare, and crafts. Her story does not begin with a mother's loving embrace, but with a father's splitting headache. Zeus, the king of the gods, had been warned by a prophecy that a child he had with the wise Titaness Metis would one day grow to be more powerful than him and would eventually overthrow him. Zeus, terrified of losing his throne, resorted to a drastic and cunning solution. He tricked Metis, who was already pregnant with his child, into turning herself into a fly, and then he swallowed her. He thought he had solved the problem, absorbing her wisdom and containing the threat of his unborn child within his own body. For a time, it seemed to have worked, but then Zeus began to suffer from a headache of cosmic proportions. It was a pain so intense, so blinding, that it felt as if his skull was going to split open. He roared in agony, and the heavens shook with his cries. He called for Hephaestus, the blacksmith god, and commanded him to take his mighty axe and split open his head to relieve the pressure. Hephaestus, though terrified, did as he was told. He brought his axe down on the skull of the king of the gods, and from the wound, something incredible happened. A fully grown woman sprang forth, clad in shining armor, holding a spear and letting out a fierce, triumphant battle cry. This was Athena. She was not born as a helpless baby, but as a complete, powerful goddess, her mind already filled with the wisdom of the mother Zeus had swallowed. Her birth was a testament to her nature. She was a being of pure intellect and strategic thought, born not from the womb, but from the mind of the king of the gods. She was her father's daughter in every sense, fiercely loyal and a powerful ally, the threat of the prophecy neutralized by the very strangeness of her birth. Another god whose birth was just as strange but far more tragic for his mortal parent was Dionysus, the god of wine, revelry, and madness. His story begins with one of Zeus's many secret affairs, this time with the beautiful mortal princess Semele. As we heard before, Zeus's jealous wife, Hera, tricked Semele into demanding that Zeus reveal his true, divine form to her. Bound by an unbreakable oath on the river Styx, Zeus had no choice but to comply. A mortal body could not withstand the raw, unfiltered glory of a god, and Semele was instantly incinerated, turned to ash by the very sight of the man she loved. It was a tragic end to a forbidden romance. But at the moment of her death, Zeus saw that she had been pregnant with his child. To save his unborn son, Zeus snatched the tiny, premature infant from the ashes of its mother, and, in a moment of desperate, divine inspiration, he cut open his own thigh, placed the baby inside, and sewed the skin back up. His own body became a second womb, shielding the child until it was ready to be born. When the time came, Zeus undid the stitches, and from his thigh, a new god emerged. This was Dionysus. His strange twofold birth defined his very nature. He was a god who was twice born, once from a mortal mother and once from a divine father. This made him a god who walked the line between two worlds, the world of the gods and the world of mortals. He was a god of wild, untamed nature, of the intoxicating power of wine that could bring both joy and madness. He was an outsider on Olympus, a god who understood suffering and ecstasy in a way that the other, more aloof gods never could. His birth was a story of tragedy and salvation, a testament to the destructive power of Hera's jealousy and the strange, desperate love of a father who would use his own body to save his child. The mortal consequence of his birth was absolute, his mother's complete annihilation. But from those ashes rose a god who would forever be connected to the chaotic, passionate, and sometimes destructive forces of life itself. These strange and violent births were more than just myths. They were a way for the Greeks to explain the very essence of their gods, to show that their divine beings were not just powerful, but were born of chaos, prophecy, and the messy, unpredictable consequences of love and fear. When we think of the Greek gods, we tend to think of the big names, the powerful Olympians like Zeus, Hera, and Apollo who ruled the cosmos from their golden thrones. But the ancient Greek world was far more crowded and much weirder than that. It was teeming with a vast population of minor gods, spirits, and personifications, each with their own very specific and often very quirky domain. These were not gods who commanded the lightning or the seas. These were the unseen guardians of concepts, the spirits of specific places, and the enforcers of very particular rules. They were the divine specialists, the cosmic middle management, who kept the universe running in all its strange and wonderful detail. To ignore them, to break their peculiar rules, was to invite a very specific and often deeply personal kind of trouble. One of the most important and feared of these minor deities was Nemesis, the goddess of divine retribution and righteous anger. She wasn't a goddess of random vengeance. She was the spirit of cosmic balance. Her job was to ensure that no one, mortal or god, ever had too much good fortune, too much pride, or too much happiness, without it being balanced by a corresponding measure of sorrow or humility. If a king became too arrogant, or a rich man too boastful of his wealth, it was Nemesis who would step in to knock them down a peg. She was the universe's way of enforcing the old saying, "Pride comes before a fall." She had no grand temples or major festivals. Her work was quiet, personal, and inescapable. She was the feeling of unease you get when things are going a little too well. The quiet whisper in the back of your mind that reminds you not to get too comfortable. A famous story about Nemesis involves the beautiful youth Narcissus. He was a young man of such breathtaking beauty that everyone who saw him, man or woman, nymph or mortal, instantly fell in love with him. But Narcissus was cold and arrogant. He scorned all of his admirers, believing that no one was good enough for him. One of his most devoted admirers was a mountain nymph named Echo, who had been cursed by Hera to only be able to repeat the last words that were spoken to her. She followed Narcissus through the woods, her heart breaking, unable to speak her love for him, only able to echo his own dismissive words back at him. He coolly rejected her, and she faded away in sorrow until nothing was left of her but her voice, an echo in the lonely places of the world. One of Narcissus's rejected suitors, a young man, prayed to Nemesis to punish the beautiful boy for his arrogance. "Let him one day feel the pain of a love that can never be returned," he prayed. Nemesis heard the prayer and decided it was just. She guided Narcissus to a quiet, hidden pool of water as clear and still as a mirror. Thirsty from a hunt, Narcissus knelt down to drink. As he did, he saw his own reflection for the first time. He was instantly captivated. He did not realize he was looking at himself. He thought he was looking at a beautiful water spirit who lived in the pool. He was overcome with a desperate, all-consuming love for the face in the water. He tried to kiss it, but only found cold wetness. He tried to embrace it, but the image shattered into ripples, only to reform when the water grew still again. He could not leave. He knelt there for days, forgetting to eat or drink, speaking words of love to his own reflection, a love that could never, ever be returned. He was trapped in a perfect prison of his own making, a victim of the very same unrequited love he had so cruelly inflicted on others. He eventually wasted away and died, his body transformed into the narcissus flower that grows by the water's edge, forever bending its head to look at its own reflection. It was the perfect, ironic punishment, a quiet, personal piece of justice delivered by the unseen hand of Nemesis. Beyond the enforcers of cosmic rules, the world was also full of spirits of madness and frenzy, beings who could overwhelm the rational mind and plunge a person into a state of wild, uncontrollable chaos. The most famous of these were the Maenads, the female followers of Dionysus, the god of wine. When they were in the grip of their god, they would enter a state of ecstatic madness, dancing through the mountains with superhuman strength, their minds lost to the wild, primal forces of nature. But there were other, darker spirits of insanity. There was Lyssa, the spirit of blind, raging fury, the kind of madness that overtakes a rabid dog. And there were the Manii, the spirits of insanity and crazed frenzy, who were often equated with the Furies, the ancient beings who punished those who had spilled the blood of their own family. These spirits were not evil in the way we might think of it. They were forces of nature, like a storm or a wildfire. They were the personification of what happens when the human mind breaks, when the rules of rational thought no longer apply. A king named Pentheus learned this lesson in the most brutal way possible. He was a young, arrogant ruler who refused to recognize Dionysus as a god. He saw the wild rituals of the Maenads as nothing more than drunken chaos and tried to have them all arrested. Dionysus, disguised as one of his own priests, warned him. "Do not fight this," the god said. "You cannot cage a force of nature." But Pentheus, in his pride, refused to listen. He had the disguised god arrested and went to the mountains himself to spy on the mad women. Dionysus, as a final punishment, inflicted a double madness. He drove the Maenads, including Pentheus's own mother, Agave, into an even deeper frenzy. And he cast a spell on Pentheus, making him see the women not as his own people, but as a herd of wild animals. Pentheus, in his delusion, tried to hunt them. The Maenads, in their own delusion, saw him not as their king, but as a wild lion. They fell upon him, and in their divine madness they tore him limb from limb. His own mother, in her frenzy, was the first to strike, ripping off his head and placing it on her staff, believing it to be the head of a mountain lion. It was only later, when the madness faded, that she realized the horrific truth of what she had done. It was a terrifying demonstration of the power of these unseen spirits, a reminder that the world is full of strange, invisible forces that could shatter the human mind and turn the world into a place of unimaginable horror. In a world ruled by the whims of the gods and the unbreakable threads of fate, knowing what the future holds would seem to be the greatest advantage one could have. The ability to see what is coming, to prepare for disaster, or to seize a golden opportunity would be a power beyond measure. But the ancient Greeks knew that the gift of prophecy was a heavy and dangerous burden. To know the future was not necessarily to be able to change it. More often than not, the knowledge itself became a trap, a source of madness and despair. The gods were jealous of this power, and they often cursed those who could see the future, ensuring that their warnings would be ignored or their visions would lead them to ruin. The stories of the great prophets and seers are not tales of power and triumph, but tragic warnings about the terrible price of knowing too much, or of knowing just enough to be terrified, but not enough to be saved. Perhaps the most tragic of all prophets was Cassandra, a princess of Troy and the daughter of King Priam. She was so beautiful that she attracted the attention of the god Apollo, who was the god of music, poetry, and prophecy. He was desperate to win her love, and he offered her the one gift he thought she could not refuse, the power to see the future. Cassandra, eager for the power, accepted the gift. Apollo taught her the secrets of divination, opening her mind to the currents of time, allowing her to see the events that were to come as clearly as if they were happening right in front of her. But when the time came to fulfill her end of the bargain, to give herself to the god, she refused him. Apollo was enraged. He could not take back the gift he had given her. The power of prophecy was now hers forever. But he could, and did, add a terrible curse. He spat in her mouth, a symbolic act that sealed her fate. "You will still see the future," he hissed, "but no one will ever believe you." It was a curse of unimaginable cruelty. Cassandra became a prophet of perfect accuracy, whose prophecies were doomed to be dismissed as the ravings of a madwoman. She saw the entire bloody future of her beloved city, Troy. She saw that the handsome Prince Paris would bring back a woman from Greece who would be the city's doom. She screamed and pleaded with her family not to let him go, but they just saw her as hysterical and ignored her. When Paris returned with Helen, Cassandra tore her hair and wailed, telling everyone that this woman would be the cause of their destruction. They just smiled and welcomed the beautiful Helen into the city. She saw the truth behind the Trojan horse, the great wooden gift left by the Greeks on the beach. She knew it was filled with soldiers, a trick that would lead to the city's downfall. She ran through the streets, begging her people not to bring it inside the walls. "It is a trap," she cried. "It will be our end." But they just laughed at her, calling her the Mad Princess, and dragged the horse into the city as a trophy of their supposed victory. That night, she could only watch in helpless, agonizing silence as the Greek soldiers crept out of the horse and opened the city gates. She saw the city she loved put to the torch, its men killed, its women taken as slaves. Her every prediction, every warning had come true, and she had been utterly powerless to stop it. Her gift was not a gift at all. It was a front-row seat to a disaster she could not prevent, a constant, screaming frustration that no one else could hear. Her fate was to live in a state of perpetual, lonely terror, her mind a prison of horrific truths that everyone else was blind to. She was a living testament to the idea that knowledge without the power to act is not power at all, it is a form of torture. While Cassandra was cursed to be disbelieved, another great seer, Tiresias, paid for his knowledge with his sight. His story is a strange one, a tale of accidentally angering the gods and receiving a bizarre punishment that also became a unique gift. As a young man, Tiresias was walking in the mountains when he came across two large snakes mating. For reasons that are never made clear, he struck them with his staff. Because he had interfered with a sacred act of nature, he was instantly transformed into a woman. He lived as a woman for 7 years, even marrying and having children. In the 8th year, he once again came across two mating snakes, and this time he left them alone. As a reward for learning his lesson, he was transformed back into a man. Because he had lived as both a man and a woman, he was called upon by Zeus and Hera to settle an argument they were having, who experiences more pleasure in love, men or women. Zeus argued that women did, while Hera insisted it was men. Tiresias, having experienced both sides, agreed with Zeus. Hera, furious that he had taken her husband's side and revealed a secret of her gender, struck him blind. Zeus, feeling sorry for him but unable to reverse the punishment from another god, decided to give him a compensatory gift. He gave Tiresias the gift of inner sight, the ability to see the future. He was a blind man who could see what no one else could. But this gift, like Cassandra's, was a heavy burden. He became the most famous and respected seer in all of Greece, but the truths he had to deliver were often terrible. He was the one who had to reveal to the great King Oedipus the horrific truth that he had unknowingly killed his father and married his mother. He was the one who had to warn the arrogant King Creon that his refusal to bury his nephew would lead to the death of his own son. He was a messenger of doom, a man whose inner sight forced him to see the dark, tragic patterns of fate that were invisible to everyone else. His blindness was a constant physical reminder that the gift of prophecy often comes at a terrible cost, that to see the future, you often have to give up your ability to see the simple, uncomplicated beauty of the present. The stories of these seers paint a dark and complex picture of knowledge, suggesting that sometimes the greatest blessing is not to know what lies ahead, but to live in the simple, blissful ignorance of the here and now. The gods of Olympus did not just sit on their golden thrones and watch the world of mortals from a safe distance. They were deeply, personally, and often chaotically involved in the lives of the humans below them. They were like cosmic children with a magnificent ant farm, constantly poking and prodding at it to see what would happen. Their interventions were not always grand or noble. More often than not, they were driven by the most human of emotions: jealousy, pride, favoritism, and simple, bored amusement. The rules of this divine interference were unpredictable and often deeply unfair. A god might favor one city over another for a trivial reason, or curse a hero because of a personal grudge. The most famous and tragic example of this divine meddling is the Trojan War, a 10-year conflict that was not just a war between men, but a proxy war between the gods themselves, with human lives as the pawns in their celestial game. The war itself was started by an act of divine vanity. At the wedding of the hero Peleus and the sea nymph Thetis, all the gods were invited except for one, Eris, the goddess of discord. Furious at being snubbed, she decided to cause trouble. She tossed a golden apple into the middle of the banquet, inscribed with the words, "For the fairest." Immediately, 3 of the most powerful goddesses, Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite, all claimed it for themselves. To settle the argument, Zeus appointed a mortal, the handsome Trojan prince Paris, to be the judge. Each of the goddesses appeared before him and offered him a bribe. Hera offered him power, promising to make him the king of all Europe and Asia. Athena offered him wisdom and victory in battle. But Aphrodite, the goddess of love, offered him the most beautiful mortal woman in the world to be his wife. Paris, a young man ruled more by his heart than his head, chose Aphrodite. This single, seemingly small decision had catastrophic consequences. The most beautiful mortal woman in the world was Helen, who was already married to Menelaus, the king of Sparta. True to her word, Aphrodite helped Paris sail to Sparta, and, with her divine influence, made Helen fall in love with him and run away with him back to Troy. This act of betrayal and abduction was the spark that ignited the war. Menelaus, his pride wounded, called upon his brother Agamemnon and all the kings of Greece to honor their oaths and help him get his wife back. 1,000 ships were launched, and a great army sailed for Troy, all because of a squabble between 3 goddesses over a golden apple. From the very beginning, the war was not just about a stolen wife, it was about the wounded pride of Hera and Athena, who now hated Paris and all Trojans with a burning passion, and the smug satisfaction of Aphrodite, who was determined to protect her chosen champion. Once the war began, the gods took sides as if it were a sporting event. Hera and Athena, still furious at Paris, became the staunchest allies of the Greeks. They would appear on the battlefield disguised as mortal warriors to give advice and encouragement to the Greek heroes. They would deflect Trojan spears and fill the Greek soldiers with a divine courage. On the other side, Aphrodite was a passionate, if not always effective, supporter of the Trojans. When Paris was in a one-on-one duel with Menelaus and was about to be killed, Aphrodite enveloped him in a thick mist and whisked him away from the battlefield, dropping him back in his bedroom in the palace. It was a blatant act of cheating that infuriated the Greeks and their divine patrons. Apollo, the archer god, also favored the Trojans, and he would use his powers to turn the tide of battle, sending a plague upon the Greek camp or guiding the arrow of the Trojan hero Hector. The interventions were often petty and personal. The sea god Poseidon, who had a long-standing grudge against the Trojans because one of their former kings had cheated him out of a payment, sided with the Greeks. He would stir up storms to wreck Trojan ships and would sometimes even join the battle himself, his mighty trident scattering the Trojan ranks. Zeus, as the king of the gods, tried to remain neutral, forbidding the other gods from interfering directly. But even he could not stay out of the fight. He was bound by the threads of fate, and he knew that Troy was destined to fall. But he also had a soft spot for the Trojans, especially their greatest warrior, Hector. At times, he would tip the scales in their favor, sending a sign from the heavens or filling Hector with a divine strength that made him almost invincible. This constant meddling turned the war into a brutal, chaotic, and deeply unfair conflict. A hero's skill or bravery often mattered less than which god happened to be watching over him at that moment. The Greek hero Diomedes, with the help of Athena, went on a rampage so incredible that he was able to wound 2 gods in a single day. He stabbed Ares, the god of war, in the stomach with his spear, sending him screaming back to Olympus. And he wounded Aphrodite in the wrist as she tried to save her son, the hero Aeneas. This was an unheard-of feat, a mortal man drawing the blood of the immortals, and it was only possible because he had a powerful goddess on his side. The war dragged on for 10 long years, a bloody stalemate prolonged by the constant interference of the gods. The final brutal sack of the city was only made possible by one last act of divine trickery. The idea for the Trojan horse, a plan whispered into the mind of the clever Greek hero Odysseus by his patron goddess Athena. The Trojan War is the ultimate story of divine intervention, a tragic and bloody epic that shows how the lives of mortals were often just a game to the gods, their greatest triumphs and their most profound sufferings, often nothing more than the result of a petty argument or a biased referee on Mount Olympus. In the chaotic and often violent world of ancient Greece, family was not just a social unit, it was a sacred institution. The bonds between parents and children, husbands and wives, and brothers and sisters were considered to be under the protection of the gods themselves. To betray your own blood, to kill a member of your own family, was not just a crime against society, it was a profound violation of the natural and divine order. This crime, known as kinslaying, was considered one of the most horrific acts a person could commit, and it was guaranteed to attract the attention of some of the oldest and most relentless spirits of vengeance in the cosmos, the Furies. The punishment for this crime was not a simple execution, but a lifetime of madness and torment, a chilling reminder that the ties of blood were sacred, and to break them was to invite a fate worse than death. The most famous and tragic story of this divine wrath is the tale of Orestes, a young prince whose hands were stained with his own mother's blood. His story is the final bloody chapter in the cursed history of the house of Atreus, a family already poisoned by the horrific act of cannibalism committed by his ancestor. Orestes' father, King Agamemnon, was the leader of the Greek armies in the Trojan War. When he returned home after 10 long years of fighting, he was not greeted as a hero, but as a victim. His wife, Clytemnestra, had never forgiven him for sacrificing their daughter, Iphigenia, to the gods, to secure favorable winds for the Greek fleet to sail to Troy. While he was away, she had taken a new lover and had plotted her revenge. She welcomed her husband home with a great show of affection, drew him a warm bath, and then, while he was unarmed and vulnerable, she murdered him, stabbing him to death in his own bathtub. Orestes, who was just a boy at the time, was smuggled out of the palace and sent into exile to save him from his mother and her lover. He grew up with a single burning purpose to avenge his father's death. This put him in an impossible situation. The ancient laws of honor demanded that a son avenge his murdered father. But to do so, he would have to kill his own mother, committing the one crime that was guaranteed to bring down the wrath of the Furies. He was trapped between 2 sacred duties, a choice between two different kinds of damnation. He prayed to the god Apollo for guidance, and the god gave him a clear and terrible command: he must kill his mother. Apollo promised him that he would be protected, that it was the right thing to do. So Orestes returned to his home in disguise. He gained entrance to the palace, and, with the help of his sister Electra, he confronted his mother. Clytemnestra, seeing the cold look of vengeance in her son's eyes, bared her breast to him, pleading for her life. "Have pity on me, my son," she cried. "This is the breast that fed you." For a moment Orestes hesitated, his sword wavering. But the command of Apollo was ringing in his ears. He struck her down, killing the woman who had given him life. In that moment, as his mother's blood spilled on the floor, his fate was sealed. He had avenged his father, but he had also committed the ultimate taboo. Almost immediately, he began to feel the effects of his crime. He heard a buzzing in his ears, a sound like a swarm of angry bees. And then he saw them. The Furies, or the Erinyes as they were also known, were three ancient, terrifying goddesses of vengeance. They were older than the Olympian gods, born from the blood of the castrated sky god Uranus. They were not beautiful. They were hideous, with snakes for hair, eyes that dripped blood, and the wings of bats. Their sole purpose was to hunt down and torment those who had killed their own kin. And now they were after Orestes. They were invisible to everyone else, but to him they were horribly real. They chased him across the world, their voices whispering accusations in his ears, their claws tearing at his mind. He was driven to the brink of madness, a man haunted by the living personifications of his own guilt. He fled to the temple of Apollo, the very god who had commanded him to commit the crime. Apollo, true to his word, tried to protect him, standing guard over him as he slept, his silver bow ready to drive the Furies back. But even Apollo could not stop them completely. They were a force of nature, an ancient law that could not be ignored. Apollo told Orestes that his only hope was to go to the city of Athens and stand trial for his crime before the goddess Athena and a jury of 12 mortal men. This was a new idea in the world, the concept of a formal trial to decide a man's guilt or innocence. Orestes, exhausted and half-mad, made his way to Athens. He stood before Athena on the hill of the Acropolis, with the terrifying Furies as his accusers. The trial began. The Furies argued that the law was absolute. He had killed his mother, and he must be tormented for the rest of his life. Orestes, defended by Apollo, argued that he was only following the command of a god, and that his duty to his father was greater than his duty to his mother. The jury of 12 men listened to the arguments, and when it was time to vote, they were split, 6 for conviction and 6 for acquittal. The tie-breaking vote fell to Athena herself. She listened to both sides, and then she made a decision that would change the course of justice forever. She voted to acquit Orestes. She argued that the bond between a husband and wife and the duty of a son to his father was a cornerstone of a civilized society. While Orestes' crime was terrible, it was a necessary act to restore order to a broken family. The Furies were enraged, but Athena, in her wisdom, did not punish them. Instead, she offered them a new role. She invited them to become honored residents of her city, to be worshipped not as spirits of vengeance, but as the kindly ones, the guardians of justice and the sanctity of the family. Their rage was soothed, their purpose transformed from blind revenge to watchful protection. And Orestes, for the first time in years, was free. The buzzing in his ears stopped, and the terrifying visions faded away. He had been pushed to the very edge of damnation, a man caught in an impossible conflict of sacred duties, but he had been saved by the birth of a new idea, the idea of justice, of a trial by jury, that could finally break the ancient, bloody cycle of curse and revenge. In a world of shapeshifters and magic, where gods could travel from the heavens to the underworld in the blink of an eye, the concept of imprisonment had to be taken to a whole new level. A simple jail cell would not be enough to hold a god, a titan, or anyone who had seriously angered the divine rulers of the cosmos. For these special prisoners, the gods needed something more, something absolute and inescapable. They needed a material so strong it could not be broken, and a prison so deep and so remote that no one could ever find it. This led to the idea of adamant, a mythical, diamond-hard substance from which the gods could forge unbreakable chains, and to the creation of Tartarus, a prison pit so deep in the bowels of the earth that it made the underworld of Hades look like a sunny meadow. The rule of this divine imprisonment was simple. Once you were sent there, you were never, ever getting out. The most famous residents of this eternal prison were the Titans, the generation of gods who had ruled the universe before Zeus and the Olympians. They were beings of immense primal power, the personifications of the great forces of nature. But their king, Kronos, had been a paranoid and cruel ruler, swallowing his own children to prevent a prophecy that one of them would overthrow him. Zeus, after escaping this fate, led his brothers and sisters in a 10-year war against their father and the other Titans. This war, the Titanomachy, was a conflict of such epic scale that it shook the very foundations of the universe. When the Olympians finally won, thanks to the help of the Cyclopes and the 100-handed giants they had freed from their own imprisonment, Zeus was faced with a difficult problem: what to do with his defeated father and the other Titans who had fought against him. He could not kill them. They were immortal. To let them roam free was to invite another war, another challenge to his new authority. He needed a permanent solution. He had the Cyclopes, the master blacksmiths of the gods, forge long, heavy chains from pure adamant. Then he had the Titans bound in these unbreakable chains and cast them down into Tartarus. The ancient texts describe Tartarus as a place of unimaginable darkness and despair, a great yawning pit surrounded by a bronze wall and a river of fire. It was said to be as far below the earth as the earth is below the heavens, a place of absolute separation from the rest of the universe. The 100-handed giants were posted as its eternal guards. The Titans, once the rulers of all creation, were now prisoners in a dark, silent, and inescapable hole, bound in chains that would never break, a permanent and terrifying testament to the power of the new king of the gods. But the Titans were not the only ones to feel the cold, unbreakable bite of adamant chains. One of the most famous and tragic prisoners of the gods was not an enemy, but a friend and a champion of humanity, the Titan Prometheus. Unlike the other Titans, Prometheus had sided with Zeus in the war, his clever mind knowing that the old ways of brute force were no match for the new generation of cunning and intelligent gods. For a time, he was a trusted advisor to Zeus, but Prometheus had a fatal flaw in the eyes of the gods. He loved humanity too much. He saw the poor, shivering mortals living in caves without fire, and his heart went out to them. Against the direct orders of Zeus, who wanted to keep humanity weak and dependent, Prometheus stole fire from the heavens and gave it to mankind. For this act of defiance, Zeus's punishment was swift and terrible. He was not going to throw Prometheus into the darkness of Tartarus. He wanted his rebellious cousin to be made a public example. He had Prometheus dragged to the top of the Caucasus Mountains, a remote, wind-swept peak at the very edge of the world. There he commanded his son Hephaestus, the blacksmith god, to chain Prometheus to the rock. Hephaestus, who was a friend of Prometheus, wept as he did his work. But the command of Zeus was absolute. He forged a new set of chains from adamant and, with heavy, sorrowful blows of his hammer, he pinned the Titan to the mountainside. The chains were unbreakable, the rock was immovable, and Prometheus was trapped, exposed to the biting winds and the burning sun for all eternity. But the physical imprisonment was not enough for the vengeful Zeus. To add to the torment, He sent a giant eagle to be Prometheus's eternal companion. Every single day, the eagle would fly to the mountain, and with its sharp beak and talons, it would tear open Prometheus's side and eat his liver. Because Prometheus was immortal, his liver would grow back every night, and the next day, the eagle would return to repeat the agonizing process. It was a cycle of torment without end, a punishment of unimaginable cruelty designed to break the spirit of the Titan who had dared to defy the king of the gods. For centuries, Prometheus remained chained to that rock, his screams of agony echoing across the empty mountains, a constant, public spectacle of the price of rebellion. His story, like that of the Titans in Tartarus, served as a powerful and chilling reminder of the absolute nature of divine law. In the world of the gods, there were no paroles, no appeals, and no escapes. There was only the cold, hard finality of an unbreakable chain and an eternity of suffering. The world of Greek mythology is filled with the stories of heroes, larger-than-life figures who fought monsters, founded cities, and challenged the very limits of human potential. But to be a hero in ancient Greece was not just about having great strength or a famous name. It was about living by a complex and often contradictory set of unwritten rules, a code of conduct that was deeply tied to the concepts of honor, glory, and the ever-present will of the gods. A hero was expected to be more than just a great warrior. He had to be pious, clever, and willing to endure immense suffering to achieve his goals. The path of the hero was a dangerous balancing act, a constant struggle to win eternal fame without falling into the fatal trap of hubris, the arrogant pride that would inevitably attract the wrath of the gods. One of the most fundamental rules of being a hero was the pursuit of kleos, the Greek word for glory or renown. A hero's life was short and often brutal, but his reputation, his kleos, could be eternal. The goal was to perform deeds so great that your name would be sung by poets for generations to come, effectively making you immortal through your story. This is why heroes were so willing to face impossible odds, to fight terrifying monsters, and to embark on dangerous quests. The greater the challenge, the greater the potential for glory. The hero Perseus, for example, did not just fight a strong warrior. He was tasked with killing Medusa, a monster so hideous that a single glance at her face would turn a man to stone. To succeed, he couldn't rely on strength alone. He had to be clever, and he had to have divine help. The goddess Athena gave him a polished shield to use as a mirror, and the god Hermes gave him a pair of winged sandals to fly. Perseus used these gifts to approach Medusa without looking at her directly, cutting off her head while she slept. By defeating such a unique and terrifying monster, he earned a level of kleos that 1,000 victories in ordinary battles could never have given him. However, this desperate pursuit of glory was a double-edged sword. It could easily curdle into hubris, the excessive pride that the gods could not tolerate. A hero had to be great, but he could never forget that his greatness was often a gift from the gods. He had to walk a fine line between celebrating his own achievements and showing the proper respect and humility to his divine patrons. The hero Bellerophon learned this lesson the hard way. He was a great hero who, with the help of the winged horse Pegasus, had defeated the monstrous, fire-breathing Chimera. It was a deed that earned him immense fame. But his success went to his head. He began to believe that his accomplishments made him the equal of the gods. In a final, fatal act of hubris, he decided to fly Pegasus up to Mount Olympus to take his place among the immortals. Zeus, watching from his throne, was enraged by this arrogance. He sent a single tiny gadfly to sting Pegasus. The winged horse, startled by the sting, bucked wildly, throwing Bellerophon from its back. He fell all the way back to earth, a long, lonely fall that did not kill him, but left him crippled, blind, and alone. He spent the rest of his days wandering the earth, hated by the gods, a bitter, broken man who had flown too close to the sun. His story was a powerful cautionary tale, A hero's glory is a gift, and to abuse that gift is to lose it in the most painful way possible. Perhaps no hero embodies the complex and often contradictory rules of heroism better than Heracles, the son of Zeus and the most famous of all Greek heroes. He was a man of immense strength and incredible appetites, capable of both great noble deeds and terrible destructive rages. His most famous story, the 12 Labors, is a perfect example of the heroic code in action. The labors were not just random acts of monster slaying. They were a penance, a purification for a terrible crime he had committed. In a fit of madness sent by the jealous goddess Hera, Heracles had killed his own wife and children. When the madness passed and he realized what he had done, he was overcome with a grief and guilt so profound that he was ready to end his own life. Instead, he was told by the Oracle of Delphi that he had to serve his cousin, a weak and cowardly king, for 12 years and perform any 10 tasks the king set for him. These labors were designed to be impossible. He had to kill the Nemean lion, a beast whose hide was impervious to all weapons. He had to clean the Augean stables, which housed thousands of cattle and had not been cleaned in 30 years. He had to travel to the underworld and bring back the 3-headed dog, Cerberus. Each task was a test, not just of his famous strength, but of his cleverness, his endurance, and his piety. To clean the stables, he didn't use a shovel. He diverted 2 entire rivers to wash them out in a single day. To defeat the lion, he had to wrestle it and strangle it with his bare hands. To get to the underworld, he had to be initiated into the sacred Eleusinian mysteries to learn the secrets of life and death. He was a man of brutal, primal force, but he was also a man who had to learn to be clever, to be patient, and to respect the power of the gods. By completing these impossible tasks, he not only purified himself of his terrible crime, but he also earned a level of kleos that was unmatched by any other hero. His story shows that the path of the hero was not a straight line to glory, but a winding, difficult road filled with suffering, contradiction, and the constant, difficult challenge of balancing godlike strength with all too human weakness. In the stories of the ancient Greeks, beauty was a powerful and dangerous force. It could inspire love, poetry, and great deeds. But for a mortal to be too beautiful was to walk a very dangerous path. Exceptional beauty was a divine quality, and when it appeared in a mortal, it often attracted the unwanted and obsessive attention of the gods. This divine attention was rarely a blessing. More often than not, it was a curse, a spotlight that could lead to jealousy, abduction, and a tragic, unwanted transformation. The stories of these beautiful mortals are not romances. They are cautionary tales about the dangers of being too noticeable, of having a quality so divine that the gods themselves either want to possess it or destroy it. One of the most famous of these tales is the story of Daphne, a beautiful and independent nymph who had sworn to be a follower of the goddess Artemis and to remain unmarried forever. She loved the freedom of the hunt and the quiet solitude of the forest. But her beauty did not go unnoticed. The god Apollo, the master of music and prophecy, saw her one day and was instantly, obsessively in love with her. This passion, however, was not entirely his fault. It was the result of a petty squabble with the mischievous god of love, Eros. Apollo had mocked Eros' skill with a bow and arrow, and to get revenge, Eros shot 2 special arrows. He shot Apollo with a golden arrow, which caused an uncontrollable, all-consuming love, and he shot Daphne with a lead arrow, which did the opposite, filling her with a deep and profound hatred for the very idea of love or romance. Apollo, now completely bewitched by his artificial passion, began to pursue Daphne relentlessly. He chased her through the forest, calling out to her, pleading with her to stop. He was a god, and she was a nymph. But in her terror, she ran with incredible speed. "I am not your enemy," he cried. "I am the god of Delphi. I love you." But his words only made her run faster. She did not see a handsome god. She saw a predator, a threat to her freedom and her vows. The chase was long and desperate. She could feel his breath on her neck, his hands about to grab her. As her strength began to fail, she saw her father, a river god, and she cried out to him for help. "Father, save me," she pleaded. "Change me. Destroy the beauty that has brought me this pain." Her father heard her prayer. Just as Apollo was about to finally catch her, a strange numbness began to creep through her limbs. Her feet seemed to take root in the ground. A rough bark began to encase her soft skin. Her arms stretched out and sprouted leaves, and her beautiful hair became a crown of foliage. She was transformed into a laurel tree. Apollo, arriving a moment too late, could only embrace the rough bark of the tree, his heart breaking. The woman he loved was gone, replaced by a beautiful, silent plant. In his grief, he declared that the laurel tree would be his sacred plant forever. He took a branch of it and wove it into a crown, a wreath that would from then on be the symbol of poets, victors, and heroes. It was a beautiful tribute, but it was also a constant living reminder of a love that was so aggressive and so unwanted that it forced a young woman to give up her very form to escape it. While Daphne's beauty attracted the unwanted love of a god, another nymph's beauty attracted the jealousy of a goddess. Her name was Echo, and she was a lively, talkative mountain nymph, a favorite of the goddess Hera. But she had a fatal flaw. She loved to gossip, and she was fiercely loyal to Zeus. When Zeus would sneak down to earth to have his many affairs with the other nymphs, Echo would distract Hera by engaging her in long, rambling conversations, giving Zeus time to finish his business and sneak away. For a long time, the trick worked. But eventually, Hera realized what was happening. She was furious at being deceived, and she decided to punish the talkative nymph in a cruel and ironic way. "Because you have used your voice to trick me," the goddess said, "you will lose the power to speak for yourself. From now on, you will only be able to repeat the last words that another person has spoken." It was a terrible curse for someone who loved to talk. Echo, ashamed and heartbroken, hid herself away in the lonely places of the forest. It was there that she saw the beautiful young hunter, Narcissus. She fell instantly and deeply in love with him, but she could not speak to him, could not tell him how she felt. She could only follow him in silence, her heart aching. One day, Narcissus, hearing a twig snap, called out, "Is anyone there?" From the trees, Echo's voice replied, "There." Confused, Narcissus called out, "Come here," and Echo's voice joyfully replied, "Here." She stepped out from behind the trees, her arms open, her face full of love. But Narcissus, who was arrogant and cruel, rejected her instantly. "I would rather die than let you have me," he sneered. The only thing Echo could do was repeat his last words, a heartbreaking whispered, "Have me." Humiliated and rejected, she fled, hiding herself in caves and canyons until she wasted away from grief, her body turning to dust until nothing was left of her but her voice, a disembodied sound that still haunts the lonely places of the world, forever repeating the last words of others. Her beauty had brought her nothing but the anger of a goddess and the pain of a love she could never express. A tragic, fading testament to the dangers of getting caught in the crossfire of the gods. Justice in the ancient Greek world was not a cold, impartial system of laws and courts. It was a living, breathing force, a cosmic principle of balance that was actively and often violently enforced by the gods. The Greek concept of justice, or dike, was not just about punishing the guilty. It was about restoring a natural order that had been disrupted by a crime. When a person committed a great sin, like murder, betrayal, or a profound act of disrespect to the gods, they didn't just break a human law. They created a stain, a pollution that infected themselves, their family, and their entire community. This stain had to be cleansed, and the cleansing was often a long and painful process, overseen by divine powers who ensured that every crime, no matter how secret, would eventually be balanced by a corresponding punishment. At the top of this system of divine justice was Zeus, who was not just the king of the gods, but also the ultimate guardian of cosmic order. He was the one who ensured that oaths were honored, that guests were treated with respect, and that kings ruled their people justly. But Zeus was a busy god with a whole universe to run. For the more personal, hands-on work of justice, especially for the most heinous crimes, there were other, more ancient and more terrifying forces at play. The most feared of these were the Erinyes, or the Furies, the ancient spirits of vengeance we have met before. They were not goddesses you could pray to for mercy. They were relentless, single-minded beings whose sole purpose was to hunt down and punish those who had violated the most sacred laws of nature, especially the taboo against killing one's own family. Their form of justice was not a clean execution, but a slow, agonizing torment, a madness that would gnaw at a person's soul until they had paid their debt in full. The story of Orestes and the Furies is the ultimate example of this system in action. When Orestes killed his mother, Clytemnestra, to avenge his father, he created a terrible paradox. He had fulfilled his sacred duty to his father, but he had also committed the one crime that the Furies could not ignore. The justice they represented was ancient and absolute. A son who kills his mother must be punished. They were not interested in his motives or the difficult choice he had to make. They were interested only in the spilled blood of a family member. Their pursuit of Orestes was not just a punishment. It was a natural consequence, like a wound becoming infected. He had created a moral sickness, and they were the symptoms of that sickness, the fever and the madness that had to run its course. But the Greek concept of justice was not entirely without mercy. It was capable of evolution. The trial of Orestes in Athens, overseen by the goddess Athena, represents a major turning point in the rules of justice. It was the moment when the old, blind, and relentless justice of the Furies was tempered by the new, more nuanced justice of reason and trial by jury. Athena did not deny the Furies' right to be angry. She acknowledged the horror of Orestes' crime, but she also introduced the idea of intent, of mitigating circumstances. She argued that justice was not just about punishing a crime, but about understanding it. Her decision to acquit Orestes and to transform the Furies from spirits of vengeance into the kindly ones, the honored guardians of the city, was a profound statement. It suggested that the old, bloody, eye-for-an-eye cycle of revenge could be broken, that a community could find a way to cleanse itself of a crime without resorting to more violence. It was the birth of a more civilized, more human form of justice, one that could balance the need for punishment with the possibility of forgiveness. However, for those who committed crimes directly against the gods, there was rarely a trial. The punishment was usually direct, personal, and eternal. The dark pit of Tartarus was filled with souls who were serving eternal sentences for their crimes against the divine order. One of the most famous of these prisoners was Tantalus, a king who was once a great friend of the gods. He was so favored that he was often invited to dine with them on Mount Olympus. But this familiarity bred a dangerous arrogance. To test the omniscience of the gods, he committed an act of horrific sacrilege. He killed his own son Pelops, chopped him up, and served him to the gods in a stew at a banquet. The gods, of course, knew instantly what he had done. They were horrified and disgusted. Only Demeter, distracted by her grief for Persephone, accidentally ate a piece of Pelops' shoulder. The other gods immediately recognized the horror and refused to eat. Tantalus' punishment was perfectly tailored to his crime. He was cast into Tartarus and condemned to an eternity of agonizing hunger and thirst. He was forced to stand in a pool of cool, clear water that reached his chin. But whenever he bent down to drink, the water would recede, leaving him with a parched, burning throat. Above his head hung branches laden with ripe, delicious fruit, grapes, figs, pomegranates. But whenever he reached up to pluck one, a sudden gust of wind would blow the branches just out of his grasp. He was forever tantalized by the food and drink he could never have, a constant, agonizing reminder of the forbidden meal he had once served to the gods. His torment was not just physical, it was psychological, a perpetual state of unfulfilled desire, a living hell of longing and frustration. Then there was Ixion, a king who committed a crime of both treachery and hubris. He was the first mortal to murder a kinsman, his own father-in-law, by throwing him into a pit of burning coals. For this heinous act, he was shunned by all mortals. But Zeus, in a rare act of divine mercy, took pity on him and purified him of his crime, even inviting him to dine on Olympus. But Ixion, instead of being grateful, became arrogant. He dared to lust after Hera, Zeus's own wife. Zeus, always quick to anger when his marriage was threatened, decided to test him. He created a cloud phantom in the exact likeness of Hera and placed it next to Ixion. Ixion, in his delusion, embraced the cloud, believing it to be the queen of the gods. Zeus, seeing his treachery, was enraged. He punished Ixion with a torment that was both eternal and perfectly symbolic of his crime. He had Hermes bind Ixion to a great fiery wheel. The wheel was alive, constantly spinning through the air, and Ixion was bound to it, his body stretched and twisted in agony, forever spinning through the heavens. His punishment was a constant, agonizing reminder of his lust and his betrayal, a perpetual motion machine of suffering. The fiery wheel was a symbol of his burning desire, and his endless spinning was a reflection of his restless, unfulfilled lust. These eternal torments in Tartarus were not just random acts of divine cruelty. They were carefully crafted punishments, designed to teach a lesson, to serve as a cosmic warning. They showed that the gods were not just powerful, but also incredibly inventive in their retribution. They understood the deepest desires and fears of mortals, and they could twist those desires into a source of endless suffering. The rules of divine punishment were clear. Every crime had a consequence, and for the most egregious offenses, that consequence was an eternity of suffering, a chilling reminder that the gods would always have the last word, and that their justice, though often harsh, was absolute and inescapable. Love, in the world of the Greek gods, was a wild and dangerous storm. It was a force of nature, as powerful and as unpredictable as a hurricane or an earthquake, and when the king of the gods, Zeus, fell in love, that storm was almost always guaranteed to make landfall in the life of some poor, unsuspecting mortal woman. Zeus's affairs were legendary, a seemingly endless series of romantic conquests, but these were not simple love stories. They were tales of obsession, deception, and, most importantly, of the terrible collateral damage caused by the jealousy of Zeus's long-suffering wife, Hera. To be loved by Zeus was to be marked for suffering. The strange rules of these divine affairs meant that the mortal woman was never just a lover, she was a target, a pawn in a cosmic game of marital strife, and her fate, and the fate of her children, was almost always tragic. One of the most heartbreaking examples of this tragic pattern is the story of Callisto, a beautiful nymph and a devoted follower of the goddess Artemis. Like all of Artemis's companions, Callisto had taken a vow of chastity and spent her days hunting in the forests, far from the world of men and gods. But her beauty was so great that it caught the eye of Zeus. He knew that she would never willingly break her vow, so he resorted to his usual trickery. He disguised himself as Artemis, the very goddess Callisto trusted and adored. In this form, he was able to get close to her, to embrace her, and to take advantage of her. It was a cruel and calculated deception, a violation of her trust and her sacred vows. The consequences of this divine affair were slow to reveal themselves, but they were inevitable. Callisto became pregnant. She tried to hide her condition from Artemis and the other nymphs, ashamed of a sin she had not knowingly committed. But one day, as the nymphs were bathing in a stream, her secret was revealed. Artemis, the virgin goddess, was furious at what she saw as a betrayal of their sacred vows. She did not know about Zeus's deception. She only saw that her most trusted companion was pregnant. In her rage, she banished Callisto from her company, casting her out of the one community she had ever known. But Callisto's suffering was only just beginning. The news of the affair eventually reached the ears of Hera. The queen of the gods was not interested in the details of Zeus's trickery. She only saw another rival, another mortal woman who had dared to bear her husband a child. Her revenge was swift and cruel. She transformed the beautiful Callisto into a large, lumbering bear. Callisto's human mind was trapped inside the body of a wild beast. She was terrified, unable to speak, and forced to flee from the very hunting dogs she had once run with. She spent years wandering the forests, a lonely, tormented creature, forever looking over her shoulder in fear. One day, her son, Arcas, who had been raised by others, grew up to be a great hunter. While hunting in the forest, he came across a large bear. He did not know that this bear was his own mother. He raised his spear, ready to kill the beast. Callisto, seeing her own son about to kill her, could only look at him with sad, human eyes. At that last possible moment, Zeus, finally feeling a pang of guilt, intervened. He did not change her back. It was too late for that. Instead, he snatched both Callisto and her son, Arcas, up into the heavens and turned them into constellations. Callisto became Ursa Major, the Great Bear, and Arcas became Ursa Minor, the Little Bear. It was a beautiful, poetic end to a tragic story, but it was also a cold comfort. They were immortalized in the stars, but they were forever separated. A mother and son who could see each other across the night sky, but could never be together again. A permanent, celestial reminder of the devastating consequences of Hera's jealousy. Hera's rage was not always so direct. Sometimes it was a slow-burning fire that she would tend to for years, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. This was the case with Heracles, the most famous of all of Zeus's illegitimate children. His mother, Alcmene, was a virtuous, mortal queen. Zeus had tricked her by disguising himself as her own husband, who was away at war. From this union, Heracles was born, a child who was half god, half mortal, and possessed of a strength that was almost limitless. From the moment of his birth, Hera hated him. He was a living, breathing symbol of her husband's infidelity. She tried to kill him in his cradle, sending 2 large snakes to poison him. But the infant Heracles, already possessed of his incredible strength, simply strangled them, one in each hand. This was just the beginning of a lifetime of persecution. Hera became the architect of Heracles' suffering, the unseen hand that guided him towards one disaster after another. It was she who, years later, would send the fit of madness that caused him to kill his own wife and children, the terrible crime that would lead to his famous 12 labors. She was not just trying to kill him, she was trying to break him, to make his life so full of suffering that he would curse the very day he was born. The labors themselves were often connected to Hera's own creatures and schemes. The Nemean lion was said to be her pet. The Hydra, the many-headed serpent, was a monster she had raised specifically to destroy heroes. She was not just a passive observer, she was an active participant in his torment. Even after he had completed his labors and achieved a measure of peace, Hera was not finished with him. Her hatred was a force of nature, a constant oppressive weight on his entire life. She continued to send him trials and tribulations, ensuring that his life was filled with hardship and suffering. It was only after his death, when he was finally granted immortality and ascended to Olympus, that Hera finally relented, and even then, it was a grudging acceptance. The story of Heracles is often celebrated as a tale of heroic triumph, of a man overcoming impossible odds. But it is also a profound and tragic story about the strange and terrible rules of divine love and hate. To be the child of one of Zeus's affairs was to be born with a target on your back, to be caught in the crossfire of a divine marriage that was filled with infidelity and rage. The mortal victims of these affairs were not just lovers, they were the battlegrounds, the places where the king of the gods and his jealous queen fought their endless bitter war. To be a king in the ancient Greek world was to be more than just a political leader or a military commander. It was to be a bridge between the world of mortals and the world of the gods. A king was seen as the shepherd of his people, and his first and most important duty was to maintain the favor of the gods, to ensure that his kingdom was run in a way that was just, pious, and pleasing to the powers on Mount Olympus. The rules of this divine kingship were strict and unforgiving. A good king, one who honored the gods, respected the laws of hospitality, and cared for his people, would bring prosperity and blessings upon his land. But a bad king, one who was arrogant, cruel, or impious, would bring down not just his own ruin, but a divine punishment that could manifest as plague, famine, or a curse upon his entire kingdom. The health of the land was inextricably tied to the moral health of its king. A powerful example of this principle is the story of King Midas, a ruler who was generally a good man, but who suffered from a fatal flaw, an all-consuming greed. He was already a wealthy king, but he was never satisfied. He spent his days in his treasure rooms, counting his gold coins and wishing for more. One day, he did a great favor for the god Dionysus, and the god, in his gratitude, offered to grant him any one wish. Midas, without a moment's hesitation, made his foolish request, "I wish that everything I touch would turn to gold." Dionysus, though he knew it was a dangerous wish, granted it. At first, Midas was ecstatic. He ran through his palace, touching chairs, tables, and statues, watching in delight as they transformed into solid, glittering gold. He was the richest man in the world. His greed had been satisfied beyond his wildest dreams. But the terrible nature of his gift soon became apparent. When he sat down to eat, the bread he touched turned to hard, inedible metal in his hands. The wine he tried to drink turned to molten gold in his cup. He was starving, surrounded by a world of unimaginable wealth that he could not consume. The true horror of his situation hit him when his beloved daughter ran to embrace him, and in his arms she was transformed into a cold, lifeless golden statue. His greed had cost him the one thing he truly loved. He was a king who had brought a terrible curse upon himself, a curse that was a perfect, ironic reflection of his own flawed character. He had prioritized wealth over all else, and now he was drowning in it. He prayed to Dionysus, begging the god to take the gift back. Taking pity on him, Dionysus told him to go and wash in a specific river. As he did, the golden touch flowed out of him and into the water, leaving the sands of the river forever glittering with gold. Midas was a king who had failed in his duty, not through cruelty, but through a personal moral failing that had brought a strange and terrible form of suffering upon himself and his family. A clear lesson that a king's character was of the utmost importance to the gods. An even more tragic and profound example of this rule is the story of Oedipus, the doomed king of Thebes. His story is not about a king who knowingly does wrong, but about a good and just king who, through a terrible twist of fate, discovers that he has unknowingly committed two of the most horrific taboos imaginable. Oedipus became the king of Thebes by solving the riddle of the Sphinx, a monster that had been terrorizing the city. He was hailed as a hero, a savior, and he married the widowed queen Jocasta. He ruled for many years as a wise and just king, beloved by his people. But then, a terrible plague fell upon the city. The crops withered, the people grew sick, and the city was slowly dying. Oedipus, as a good king, knew that it was his duty to find the cause of this divine punishment. He sent for the blind prophet Tiresias to tell him what was wrong. The prophet, who could see the horrific truth, at first refused to speak. "The truth will only bring you pain," he warned. But Oedipus, in his pride and his desire to save his city, insisted. Finally, Tiresias revealed the terrible secret. The plague was a result of a moral pollution, a stain upon the land, because the murderer of the previous king Laius was still living unpunished in the city. Oedipus, outraged, swore that he would find this killer and bring him to justice. What he did not know was that he himself was the killer. Through a long and horrifying series of revelations, Oedipus discovers that a prophecy he has spent his entire life trying to avoid has come true. He learns that he was the abandoned son of King Laius and Queen Jocasta, and that years ago, at a crossroads, he had killed a man in an argument over the right-of-way, a man who was, unknown to him, his own father. And he learns that the woman he is married to, the mother of his children, is his own mother. The revelation was a cataclysm. Jocasta, unable to bear the horror, took her own life. Oedipus, in a fit of grief and self-loathing, took the golden brooches from his dead mother's dress and stabbed out his own eyes, blinding himself because he had been blind to the truth for so long. He was a good king, a man who had tried to do the right thing at every turn. But he was also the source of the pollution that was destroying his city. The plague was not a punishment for a crime he had committed as king. It was a punishment for a crime he had committed as a man, a crime that had, through him, infected his entire kingdom. To save his city, to cleanse the land of his own moral stain, he had to give up his throne and go into exile, a blind, broken wanderer. His story is the ultimate, tragic example of the sacred bond between a king and his kingdom. It shows that the rules of kingship were absolute, and that the health of the people was a direct reflection of the purity, both known and unknown, of the man who sat on the throne. The world of Greek mythology is crawling with monsters. From the slithering, many-headed hydra to the soaring, bird-like harpies, these creatures are some of the most memorable and terrifying figures in the ancient stories. But these monsters were rarely just mindless beasts, simple animals for a hero to slay. They were almost always something more. They were symbols, living, breathing representations of the fears, the challenges, and the chaotic forces that the ancient Greeks were trying to understand. Each monster had a hidden meaning, a lesson to teach about the nature of the world and the challenges of being human. The strange rules for defeating these monsters were often just as symbolic, requiring not just strength, but cleverness, courage, and a deep understanding of what the monster truly represented. A perfect example of this symbolic nature is the Sphinx, the creature that terrorized the city of Thebes. The Sphinx was a bizarre and terrifying hybrid, with the body of a lion, the wings of a great bird, and the head of a woman. She would sit on a high rock outside the city gates and pose a riddle to anyone who tried to enter. If they could not answer her riddle, she would devour them. The city was trapped, slowly starving, because no one could solve her puzzle. The riddle was this: what goes on 4 feet in the morning, 2 feet at noon, and 3 feet in the evening? Many brave warriors tried to fight the Sphinx, but she was too powerful. They tried to outrun her, but she was too fast. They could not defeat her with strength, because she was not a test of strength. She was a test of intellect. The Sphinx herself was a symbol of the mysterious and often contradictory nature of life. She was part lion, part bird, part woman, a jumble of different beings forced into one, just as life is a jumble of different experiences and emotions. Her riddle was not just a clever word game, it was a question about the very nature of human existence. It was the hero Oedipus who finally understood this. He realized that the riddle was about a human being. A person crawls on all fours as a baby in the morning of their life, walks on 2 feet as an adult at the noon of their life, and uses a cane as a 3rd foot in the evening of their life. When Oedipus gave the correct answer, the Sphinx, her purpose fulfilled and her mystery solved, let out a terrible shriek and threw herself from the high rock to her death. Oedipus had not defeated her with a sword, but with his mind. The story tells us that some of the greatest challenges we face are not physical threats, but intellectual puzzles, and that the way to overcome them is not through brute force, but through wisdom and understanding. Another monster that was more than just a simple beast was the Hydra, the many-headed water serpent that lived in the swamps of Lerna. The Hydra was a creature of pure, regenerating chaos. It had 9 heads, and if you cut one of them off, 2 more would grow back in its place. This made it seem invincible. The more you fought it, the stronger it became. The hero Heracles was sent to kill the Hydra as one of his 12 labors, and he quickly learned that simple violence was not the answer. He would smash one of its heads with his club, only to see 2 more snake-like heads sprout from the wound, hissing and snapping at him. The Hydra was a symbol of a problem that seems to get worse the more you struggle against it, like a rumor that spreads faster the more you try to deny it, or a bad habit that only grows stronger the more you fight it. To defeat this monster, Heracles had to change his tactics. He had to think outside the box. He called upon his nephew, Iolaus, for help. As Heracles would cut off one of the Hydra's heads, Iolaus would immediately rush in with a flaming torch and cauterize the wound, burning the stump so that no new heads could grow. This teamwork, this combination of strength and cleverness, was the key. They were not just fighting the monster. They were fighting the very principle of regeneration that it represented. The final head of the Hydra was immortal, so even after they had cut it off, it could not be killed. So Heracles buried it under a massive boulder, trapping it forever. The story of the Hydra teaches a powerful lesson about problem solving. It shows that some challenges cannot be overcome with simple, direct force. They require a new approach, a combination of different skills, and the understanding that some problems can't be eliminated completely, but can only be contained. Even the beautiful and alluring sirens were monsters with a hidden meaning. They were creatures with the bodies of birds and the heads of women who lived on a rocky island. They would sing a song so beautiful, so enchanting, that any sailor who heard it would be irresistibly drawn towards their island, crashing their ships on the rocks and being eaten by the sirens. The sirens were a symbol of a very specific and dangerous kind of temptation, the temptation of a beautiful promise that leads to certain destruction. Their song was said to offer the listener knowledge of all things, a promise of ultimate wisdom and understanding. It was a temptation for the mind, a lure for those who wanted to know too much. The hero Odysseus, on his long journey home, had to sail past their island. He knew he could not resist their song, but he also desperately wanted to hear it. He was a hero defined by his curiosity and his desire for knowledge. So, he came up with a clever plan that allowed him to both satisfy his desire and survive the experience. He ordered his men to plug their ears with beeswax so they could not hear the song. Then he had them tie him to the mast of the ship with heavy ropes, with strict orders not to untie him, no matter how much he begged or pleaded. As they sailed past the island, Odysseus heard the siren's beautiful, maddening song. It was everything he had ever wanted to know, a promise of divine secrets. He screamed and thrashed against the ropes, begging his men to untie him, to steer the ship towards the island. But his men, their ears safely plugged, could not hear him. They just rowed on, their faces grim, until they were safely past the island and the song had faded away. Odysseus had faced a monster that attacked the mind, not the body. He defeated it not with strength, but with foresight, planning, and by understanding his own weakness. The story of the sirens is a timeless allegory for the struggle against temptation, a lesson that sometimes the only way to overcome a dangerous desire is to make it physically impossible to give in to it. In the world of the ancient Greeks, receiving a gift from a god was a momentous and often terrifying event. A divine gift was not like a present from a friend. It was a manifestation of divine power, a piece of magic or a special favor that could elevate a mortal far above their ordinary station. But these gifts were rarely simple blessings. They almost always came with a hidden cost, a dangerous downside, or an ironic twist that the recipient did not foresee. The gods, in their wisdom and their cruelty, seemed to enjoy giving gifts that were as much a curse as they were a blessing. These stories are powerful cautionary tales, warnings that one should be very, very careful what one wishes for, especially when the one granting the wish is an all-powerful and often mischievous immortal. We have already seen the tragic story of King Midas, whose wish for a golden touch turned his food to metal and his daughter to a golden statue. His story is the ultimate example of a blessing that was, in reality, a terrible curse, a gift that gave him exactly what he wanted and, in doing so, took away everything he truly needed. But his was not the only story of a divine gift with a hidden, painful cost. A similar, though perhaps more subtle tale is that of Pandora, the first woman, and the infamous jar she was given. As we know, Pandora herself was a gift to humanity from the gods, a beautiful evil, designed by Zeus to punish mankind for accepting the stolen gift of fire. She was beautiful, charming, and graceful. But she was also given the gift of a burning, insatiable curiosity. The jar that Zeus gave her was also a kind of gift, a mysterious, sealed container that she was ordered never to open. But the real gift, the real curse, was the combination of the two. By giving a curious woman a forbidden object, Zeus was setting a trap that he knew she could not escape. The jar was not just a container of evils, it was a test of her very nature, a test she was designed to fail. When she finally opened it, unleashing sickness, sorrow, and all the other miseries upon the world, she was not just being disobedient, she was fulfilling her purpose. The one small blessing that was left in the jar, the spirit of hope, is often seen as a comfort. But it can also be seen as the final, most subtle twist of the knife. Hope, in a world now filled with endless suffering, could be seen as the one thing that keeps humanity going, the thing that prevents them from giving up in the face of a miserable existence. It is a gift that makes the suffering bearable, and in doing so, ensures that the suffering will continue. It is a blessing with a very dark and complicated hidden cost. Sometimes a divine gift was not a curse in itself, but a tool that, in the hands of a flawed mortal, could lead to ruin. This was the case with the hero Daedalus and his son Icarus. Daedalus was a master inventor, a genius craftsman who could build machines that seemed to defy the laws of nature. He was so brilliant that he was hired by King Minos of Crete to build a great labyrinth, a maze so complex that no one could ever find their way out, to house the monstrous Minotaur. But after the labyrinth was built, King Minos, fearing that Daedalus would reveal its secrets, imprisoned him and his son, Icarus, in a high tower. Daedalus, the master inventor, was not to be so easily contained. He could not escape by land or by sea, so he decided to escape by air. He studied the birds, and, using feathers and wax, he fashioned 2 pairs of magnificent wings, one for himself and one for his son. This gift of flight was a miracle, a divine-seeming power created by a mortal man. Before they took to the sky, Daedalus gave his son a stern warning. "Do not fly too low," he said, "or the dampness from the sea will weigh down your wings, and do not fly too high, or the heat from the sun will melt the wax." It was a gift that came with a very specific set of rules. At first, the flight was a success. They escaped the tower and soared through the air like gods. the first mortals ever to experience the freedom of flight. But Icarus, who was young and reckless, was overcome with the joy and the power of the experience. He forgot his father's warning. He felt a glorious, godlike sense of freedom, and he began to soar higher and higher and higher, climbing towards the sun. The inevitable happened. The heat of the sun softened the wax that held the feathers of his wings together. The feathers began to fall away, and Icarus, his wings disintegrating, plummeted from the sky. He screamed for his father, but it was too late. He fell into the sea and drowned. The gift of flight, a blessing that had promised him freedom, had, through his own youthful arrogance and disobedience, become the instrument of his death. Daedalus, the grieving father, could only circle in the sky, watching helplessly as the waves consumed his son. He had given his son a miraculous gift, but he could not give him the wisdom to use it properly. The story is a timeless warning about the dangers of technology and power without the wisdom and humility to control them. A lesson that a divine gift, in the wrong hands, can be the most dangerous thing in the world. These tales of cursed blessings and costly gifts reveal a deep-seated Greek anxiety about the nature of power. They suggest that true blessings are not the magical, world-altering gifts of the gods, but the simple human virtues of wisdom, moderation, and humility. Before the gods, before the heroes, and before the first humans, there was chaos. Not chaos in the sense of disorder, but in the sense of a great, formless, and empty void. The ancient Greek story of creation is not a tale of a single, all-powerful God creating the world in a week. It is a slow, strange, and often violent story of cosmic evolution, of beings and forces emerging from one another in a long, complicated family tree. The rules of this creation were not about design and purpose, but about power, succession, and the constant bloody struggle of one generation of gods to overthrow the previous one. It is a story that explains not just how the world was made, but why it was such a chaotic, beautiful, and often terrifying place. From the initial void of chaos, the first primordial deities emerged. There was Gaia, the deep-breasted earth, the very foundation of everything. There was Tartarus, the great dark pit deep within her. And there was Eros, the powerful, irresistible force of love and desire, the engine that would drive the rest of creation forward. Gaia, all by herself, gave birth to Uranus, the starry sky, and Pontus, the barren sea. Uranus, the sky, then looked down upon his mother, the earth, and, filled with the desire of Eros, he covered her completely. From this first, cosmic union of earth and sky, the next generation of beings was born, the 12 Titans. These were powerful, humanoid gods who represented the great, untamed forces of nature. There was Oceanus, the great river that encircled the world, Hyperion, the Titan of light, and Rhea, the Titaness of motherhood. But Uranus was a cruel and paranoid father. He was both fascinated and terrified by the power of his children. Gaia also gave birth to 2 other sets of children, the 3 Cyclopes, giant, one-eyed blacksmiths, and the 3 Hecatonchires, monstrous giants with 100 hands and 50 heads. Uranus was so repulsed by these monstrous children that he took them and thrust them back into the womb of their mother, Gaia, causing her immense pain. Gaia's love for her husband turned to a deep, simmering hatred. She decided that he must be overthrown, and she went to her Titan children for help. She fashioned a great, curved sickle from the hardest flint and asked them to rise up against their father. All of them were too afraid, except for one, Kronos, the youngest and most ambitious of the Titans. That night, when Uranus came to lie with Gaia, Kronos, hiding in the shadows, took the great sickle and, with one swift, brutal motion, he castrated his own father. He threw the severed genitals into the sea, and from the sea foam that frothed around them, the goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite, was born. Uranus, screaming in agony, retreated into the heavens, forever separated from the earth. His reign was over. Kronos was now the king of the universe. But as he fell, Uranus had uttered a curse, a prophecy that Kronos, too, would one day be overthrown by one of his own children. This curse would haunt the new king and set the stage for the next, even bloodier chapter of creation. Kronos, now the ruler of the cosmos, married his sister, the Titaness Rhea. But the prophecy of his father gnawed at him. He was determined not to make the same mistake. So, as Rhea gave birth to their children, the first of the Olympian gods, Kronos would take each newborn infant and swallow it whole. He swallowed Hestia, the goddess of the hearth, Demeter, the goddess of the harvest, Hera, the goddess of marriage, Hades, the future god of the underworld, and Poseidon, the future god of the sea. He thought that by containing them within his own body, he could prevent the prophecy from ever coming true. Rhea was heartbroken, forced to watch her children be consumed by their own paranoid father. When she was pregnant with her sixth child, Zeus, she went to her mother, Gaia, for help. Gaia, who had seen this all before, helped her devise a plan. Rhea traveled to the island of Crete and gave birth to Zeus in secret, hiding him away in a deep cave. To trick Kronos, she wrapped a large stone in swaddling clothes and presented it to him. Kronos, not bothering to look closely, swallowed the stone, thinking it was his newborn son. Zeus was raised in secret on Crete, nursed by a goat and guarded by warrior spirits who would clash their spears and shields to drown out the sound of his crying. When he was fully grown, he returned to the mainland, determined to free his siblings and claim his destiny. He became his father's cupbearer, and, with the help of the Titaness Metis, he mixed a special potion into his father's wine. The potion made Kronos violently ill, and he vomited up, one by one, the children he had swallowed. They emerged fully grown and ready for a fight. This was the beginning of the Titanomachy, the great 10-year war between the old generation of Titans and the new generation of Olympian gods. It was a war that would reshape the universe, a final bloody act of creation that would establish the world as the Greeks knew it. The Olympians, led by Zeus, would eventually be victorious, casting their father and the other Titans down into the pit of Tartarus. This violent, multi-generational story of creation reveals a world that was not born of peace and order, but of conflict and fear. It shows that the very fabric of the Greek cosmos was woven with the threads of patricide, betrayal, and the endless cyclical struggle for power, a universe where every generation is destined to be challenged by the next. The world we live in is governed by cycles. The sun rises and sets, the moon waxes and wanes, and the seasons turn, bringing warmth and growth, then cold and decay, in an endless, predictable rhythm. For the ancient Greeks, these cycles were not just natural phenomena. They were direct manifestations of divine will, governed by specific rules and often tied to the emotions and actions of the gods themselves. The most profound and beautiful example of this is the story of the seasons, a tale of a mother's grief, a daughter's abduction, and a cosmic compromise that forever shaped the rhythm of life on Earth. It is a story that explains why, for part of the year, the world is vibrant and alive, and for another part, it is cold, barren, and seemingly dead. The story begins with Demeter, the gentle and benevolent goddess of the harvest, agriculture, and the fertility of the earth. She was a nurturing goddess, and her greatest joy was her beautiful daughter, Persephone. Persephone was a radiant maiden, full of life and light, who spent her days playing in meadows, gathering flowers with her nymph companions. She was the very embodiment of spring, and wherever she walked, flowers bloomed and the grass grew green. Demeter loved her daughter fiercely, and the world flourished under their combined presence. But the beauty of Persephone did not go unnoticed. Hades, the grim and solitary god of the underworld, watched her from his dark realm below. He was lonely, and he longed for a queen to share his silent kingdom. He fell deeply in love with Persephone, a love that was as dark and as possessive as his own realm. One day, as Persephone was picking a particularly beautiful narcissus flower in a secluded meadow, the ground beneath her feet suddenly split open. From the chasm, Hades burst forth in his black chariot, drawn by 4 dark horses. He snatched the screaming maiden, pulled her into his chariot, and plunged back into the depths of the earth, the chasm closing behind them as if it had never been there. Demeter heard her daughter's scream, a sound that tore through her heart. She rushed to the meadow, but Persephone was gone. The flower she had been gathering lay scattered on the ground, a silent testament to the horror that had just occurred. Demeter was consumed by a grief so profound that it shook the very foundations of the earth. She put on dark robes of mourning and began to search for her daughter. She wandered the earth for 9 days and 9 nights, her torch lighting her way, asking everyone she met if they had seen her beloved Persephone. No one could tell her anything. The sun god, Helios, who sees all things, eventually took pity on her and revealed the terrible truth. Hades had abducted Persephone, and Zeus, her own brother, had given his permission for the marriage. Demeter was not just heartbroken, she was furious. She felt betrayed by her brother, and her grief turned into a cold, bitter rage. She abandoned her duties as the goddess of the harvest. She refused to let anything grow. The fields turned barren, the trees withered, and the rivers dried up. A terrible famine swept across the earth. Mortals starved, and no sacrifices were made to the gods, for there was nothing to sacrifice. The world was dying. The other gods, seeing the devastation, begged Demeter to relent, to bring life back to the earth. But she refused. "I will not let anything grow," she declared, "until my daughter is returned to me." Zeus, seeing the suffering of mortals and the lack of offerings, knew he had to intervene. He sent messenger after messenger to Hades, demanding that Persephone be returned, but Hades, who had grown to love his queen, refused. He reminded Zeus of the ancient rule of the underworld. Anyone who eats the food of the dead is bound to it forever. He had tricked Persephone into eating just 6 pomegranate seeds before she left. Because of this, she was now eternally tied to his kingdom. Zeus knew that this rule, like the oath sworn on the Styx, was absolute. He could not simply command Hades to give her up completely. So, a compromise was struck, a divine negotiation that would forever shape the rhythm of the world. It was decided that Persephone would spend part of the year with her husband in the underworld and part of the year with her mother on earth. For 6 months of the year, 1 month for each pomegranate seed she had eaten, Persephone would return to Hades' dark realm. During these months, Demeter would mourn her daughter's absence, and the earth would reflect her grief. The fields would lie fallow, the trees would shed their leaves, and the world would enter the cold, barren embrace of autumn and winter. But for the other 6 months, Persephone would return to the world above, bringing joy and light back to her mother. And as Persephone emerged from the underworld, Demeter's heart would swell with happiness, and she would once again bless the earth with her bounty. The fields would turn green, the flowers would bloom, and the world would burst forth with the vibrant life of spring and summer. This was the rule of the seasons, a cosmic dance born from a mother's love and a god's possessive desire. It was a constant yearly reminder that even the most powerful gods were bound by ancient laws, and that the balance of the world was a delicate thing, forever tied to the emotions and actions of the divine. The story of Demeter and Persephone is not just a myth, it is a beautiful and poignant explanation for the cycles of life and death, growth and decay that govern our world, a testament to the enduring power of love and loss. In a world where the gods were constantly meddling and fate was an unbreakable thread, the ability to glimpse the future was a power that both fascinated and terrified mortals and immortals alike. Prophecy was not a clear, easy-to-read book. It was a complex, often cryptic language spoken by the gods, delivered through various channels and almost always carrying a hidden cost. The rules of prophecy were strange and often contradictory. Sometimes a prophecy was a warning that could be avoided with cleverness. Other times it was an unavoidable destiny, and the very attempts to escape it would only lead to its fulfillment. The stories of oracles and seers are not just tales of foresight. They are profound explorations of free will versus destiny, and the often tragic consequences of trying to outwit the inevitable. The most famous and influential source of prophecy in the ancient Greek world was the Oracle of Delphi. Perched high on the slopes of Mount Parnassus, the temple of Apollo at Delphi was considered the center of the world, the Omphalos, the place where the earth itself communicated with the heavens. Here, the Pythia, Apollo's priestess, would deliver prophecies, her words often cryptic and ambiguous, but always believed to be the direct voice of the god. To approach the oracle was a solemn and dangerous undertaking. Supplicants had to undergo rituals of purification, offer sacrifices, and present their questions in a specific manner. The temple itself was a sanctuary, a place of peace and divine protection. To violate its sanctity, to commit violence within its walls, was an act of profound sacrilege that would bring down the wrath of Apollo and all the gods. Consider the story of the Persian Wars. When the mighty Persian Empire threatened to invade Greece, the Athenians sent messengers to Delphi to consult the oracle. The Pythia's prophecy was grim. All will be destroyed, save for a wooden wall. The Athenians were terrified. Some believed it meant they should build a wooden palisade around their city. But the clever general Themistocles interpreted it differently. He argued that the wooden wall referred to their ships. He convinced the Athenians to abandon their city and to put all their faith in their navy. This interpretation, born from a deep understanding of the oracle's cryptic language, ultimately saved Greece from Persian conquest. The story highlights the rule that divine messages, even from sacred spaces, required careful interpretation, and that human wisdom played a crucial role in understanding the will of the gods. Beyond the great oracles, there were also individual seers, mortals who had been granted the gift of foresight, often at a terrible personal cost. We have already heard the tragic story of Cassandra, who was cursed to see the future but never to be believed. Her gift was a torment, a front-row seat to a disaster she was powerless to prevent. Her story highlights another strange rule of prophecy. Sometimes the knowledge itself is the punishment. To know the terrible truth, but to be unable to change it, or to convince others of it, is a unique form of suffering. Another famous seer, Tiresias, also paid a heavy price for his foresight. As we know, he was blinded by Hera for revealing a secret of the gods. But in compensation, Zeus gave him the gift of inner sight, the ability to see the future. Tiresias was a man who walked between worlds, having lived as both a man and a woman, and having seen both the mortal and the divine realms. This unique perspective gave him an unparalleled understanding of the threads of fate. He was often called upon to reveal the most uncomfortable truths, to speak the words that no one wanted to hear. When the city of Thebes was struck by a terrible plague, King Oedipus consulted Tiresias to find the cause. Tiresias, knowing the horrific truth, at first refused to speak, trying to spare the king the agony of self-discovery. But Oedipus, in his pride and his desperate need to save his city, forced the truth out of him. Tiresias revealed that the plague was caused by the presence of the murderer of the previous king, Laius, and that Oedipus himself was the killer, and that he had unknowingly married his own mother. The prophecy was not a prediction of what might happen. It was a revelation of what had already happened, and what was destined to unfold. Oedipus had spent his entire life trying to avoid a prophecy that he would kill his father and marry his mother. He had fled his adopted home, believing he was escaping his fate. But his very actions, his flight, his journey, his encounter at the crossroads, his arrival in Thebes, and his marriage to the queen, were all steps on the path to fulfilling the prophecy. This is perhaps the weirdest and most terrifying rule of prophecy. Sometimes, the harder you try to avoid your fate, the more directly you walk into it. The gods, or perhaps fate itself, seemed to delight in this cruel irony, weaving a tapestry of destiny that was so intricate that every attempt to unravel it only tightened the knots. The stories of prophecy in Greek mythology are not meant to give us comfort or a clear roadmap for the future. Instead, they are meant to remind us of the limits of human knowledge and control. They suggest that there are forces at play in the universe that are beyond our understanding, threads of destiny that are woven by hands far older and more powerful than our own. The oracles and seers were not just fortune-tellers. They were tragic figures who bore the burden of this knowledge, living reminders that sometimes the greatest blessing is to accept that some things are simply meant to be, and that even the gods themselves are bound by the unavoidable decrees of fate. In the wild, untamed places of ancient Greece, where forests stretched for miles and mountains touched the clouds, there was a goddess who reigned supreme. This was Artemis, the twin sister of Apollo, and the fierce, independent goddess of the hunt, wild animals, and the wilderness. She was a powerful and often terrifying deity, a protector of the innocent and a swift, merciless punisher of those who dared to violate her sacred domain. Her rules were simple, clear, and absolute. Respect the wild, respect its creatures, and above all, respect her and her sacred vows. To break these rules was to invite a vengeance that was as swift and as deadly as her own arrows. Artemis was a virgin goddess, and she demanded the same purity and independence from her followers, the nymphs who hunted with her. She abhorred the idea of marriage and the constraints of domestic life. Her domain was the untamed wilderness, and she was its fierce guardian. She protected the young of all animals, and she was particularly sensitive to any disrespect shown to her or her sacred spaces. Her anger was not a sudden, explosive rage like Zeus's thunderbolts, but a cold, precise, and utterly devastating retribution, perfectly tailored to fit the crime. We have already heard the tragic story of Actaeon, the young hunter who accidentally stumbled upon Artemis bathing in her sacred grotto. His crime was not one of malice, but of accidental intrusion. Yet the rule was absolute. No mortal man was ever meant to see the naked form of the virgin goddess. Artemis, in her fury, did not hesitate. She transformed him into a stag, and he was then hunted down and torn apart by his own hounds. It was a brutal and ironic punishment, a clear demonstration that even an accidental violation of her sacred privacy would not go unpunished. The wild places were hers, and her rules were to be obeyed without question. But Artemis's vengeance was not always so immediate. Sometimes it was a slow, creeping curse that would bring ruin upon an entire kingdom. This was the case with King Oeneus of Calydon. He was a good king, and each year he would offer sacrifices to all the gods, giving them thanks for the bounty of his land. But one year, in his haste or his forgetfulness, he made a terrible mistake. He forgot to include Artemis in his offerings. It was a small oversight, perhaps, but to the proud and easily offended goddess, it was a profound insult. She felt slighted, disrespected, and she decided that the king and his kingdom needed a harsh lesson in piety. Artemis did not send a plague or a famine. She sent something far more terrifying and personal, the Caledonian boar. This was no ordinary wild pig. It was a monstrous beast, larger than an ox, with tusks like a war elephant, and eyes that glowed with a malevolent fire. It was a creature of divine wrath, sent by the goddess to punish the king's impiety. The boar rampaged through the king's lands, destroying crops, uprooting trees, and killing livestock and men with its razor-sharp tusks. The people of Calydon were terrified. Their fields were ruined, their homes were unsafe, and their lives were in constant danger. King Oeneus, desperate to save his kingdom, called upon the greatest heroes of Greece to help him hunt and kill the monstrous boar. Heroes from all over the land answered the call, including the mighty Heracles, the swift Atalanta, and the brave Meleager, the king's own son. The hunt was long and bloody. Many heroes were killed or wounded by the boar's ferocity. It was a chaotic and dangerous affair, made even more complicated by the presence of Atalanta, a skilled female huntress. Some of the male heroes, in their arrogance, refused to hunt alongside a woman, further angering Artemis, who favored Atalanta. Eventually, after much struggle and many casualties, the boar was finally brought down. It was Meleager, the king's son, who delivered the killing blow. But the hunt was not just about killing the boar. It was about the consequences of the king's disrespect. The hide of the boar, a valuable trophy, became a source of bitter dispute among the heroes, leading to more bloodshed and tragedy. Meleager, in a fit of rage, killed his own uncles over the hide, an act that would ultimately lead to his own death. The Caledonian boar hunt was a brutal and devastating event, a clear demonstration of Artemis's power and her willingness to unleash chaos upon those who dared to disrespect her. It was a reminder that the wild places of the world and the gods who ruled them demanded absolute reverence, and that even a small oversight could lead to a punishment of unimaginable scale. These stories of Artemis and her domain reveal a fundamental rule of the Greek cosmos. The natural world was not just a backdrop for human drama, it was an active participant, imbued with divine power and governed by its own fierce and ancient laws. To violate these laws, to disrespect the sacredness of the wild, was to invite a vengeance that was as wild and as untamed as the goddess herself. It was a constant reminder that humanity was not the master of the world, but merely a guest, and a guest who was expected to know their place and to show proper reverence to the powerful forces that governed the earth. The ancient Greeks were a people of the sea. Their cities clung to the coastlines, their trade routes crisscrossed the Aegean, and their very survival depended on the unpredictable moods of the vast blue waters. And ruling over these waters, with a temper as volatile as the storms he commanded, was Poseidon, the mighty god of the sea, earthquakes, and horses. Unlike the relatively stable sky of Zeus or the solid earth of Demeter, the sea was a realm of constant motion, hidden depths, and sudden, terrifying changes. Poseidon's rules were not written in stone. They were etched in the shifting currents, the crashing waves, and the sudden, devastating tremors that could swallow entire cities. To disrespect the sea, to anger its god, was to invite a vengeance that was as vast and as inescapable as the ocean itself. Poseidon was a powerful and often moody god. He carried a mighty trident, a three-pronged spear that he could use to stir up the seas, to shatter rocks, or to cause the very earth to tremble. He was a god of immense power, but also of deep grudges. He was easily offended, and his wrath could follow a mortal across the entire world, relentless and unforgiving. His rules were simple: respect his domain, respect his creatures, and never ever boast about your mastery over the sea. To do so was to challenge the god himself, and that was a challenge no mortal could ever win. The most famous and tragic example of Poseidon's relentless wrath is the story of the hero Odysseus on his long and cursed journey home from the Trojan War. Odysseus was a clever and resourceful king, but he made a fatal mistake that earned him the undying hatred of the sea god. As we heard before, Odysseus and his men were trapped in the cave of the Cyclops Polyphemus. Polyphemus was a son of Poseidon, a monstrous, one-eyed giant who cared nothing for the sacred laws of hospitality. Odysseus, in his cleverness, managed to blind the Cyclops and escape his cave. But as he sailed away, filled with a triumphant pride, he could not resist a final, fatal boast. "If anyone asks who blinded you," he shouted back to the screaming giant, Tell them it was Odysseus, son of Laertes, from Ithaca." This was a profound act of hubris. He had not just escaped, he had revealed his name, allowing the Cyclops to call upon his powerful father for vengeance. Polyphemus, in his agony, prayed to Poseidon, begging his father to curse Odysseus, to ensure that he would never reach his home, or, if he did, that he would arrive alone, a broken man, having lost all his companions. Poseidon heard his son's prayer, and his heart filled with a cold, burning rage. From that moment on, Odysseus's journey home became a living nightmare. The sea, which should have been his highway, became his prison. For 10 long years, Poseidon tormented Odysseus. He sent storms that shattered his ships and scattered his fleet. He raised monstrous waves that swallowed his men whole. He drove him off course to strange and dangerous islands where he faced witches, monsters, and the temptations of the sirens. Every time Odysseus thought he was close to home, Poseidon would send another tempest, another obstacle, another cruel twist of fate that would push him further and further away. The other gods, even Zeus, were often sympathetic to Odysseus, but they could not, or would not, interfere with Poseidon's personal vendetta. The sea god's wrath was absolute, and his domain was his to command. Odysseus lost all his ships, all his men, and spent years as a lonely castaway, clinging to pieces of wreckage, a broken man haunted by the relentless fury of the sea. He eventually reached his home, but only after suffering unimaginable hardships, a living testament to the terrible price of offending the god of the sea. Poseidon's temper was not just reserved for those who directly harmed his children. He was also fiercely protective of his sacred animals and his divine authority. The story of the Phaeacians, a peaceful and seafaring people, is another example of his swift and terrible justice. The Phaeacians were known for their incredible ships, which were said to be so fast and so well built that they could sail themselves, without the need for rudders or oars. They were a kind and hospitable people, and it was they who finally rescued Odysseus from his long ordeal and brought him safely back to his home in Ithaca. But in doing so, they incurred the wrath of Poseidon. The sea god had been watching Odysseus's journey, and he was furious that the Phaeacians had dared to interfere with his divine punishment. He went to Zeus and complained bitterly. Zeus, who had grown tired of the long feud, told Poseidon that he could do what he wished, as long as he did not destroy the Phaeacians completely. Poseidon decided to send a clear and terrifying message. As the Phaeacian ship that had carried Odysseus home was returning to its own harbor, Poseidon struck it with his open palm. The ship, with all its crew, was instantly turned to stone, a massive rock formation that now stood in the middle of their harbor, a permanent monument to the sea god's anger. And then, to ensure that the Phaeacians would never again interfere with his domain, he caused a massive mountain to rise up around their city, cutting them off from the sea forever. Their incredible ships, their mastery of the waves, and their very way of life were taken from them in an instant. A chilling reminder that the sea was not to be trifled with, and that its god would tolerate no challenge to his absolute authority. The rules of the sea were simple. It was Poseidon's realm, and he would allow no one to forget it. In the ancient Greek world, the sky was not just an empty expanse of blue. It was the very throne room of the gods, and its ever-changing moods were a direct reflection of the will and temper of Zeus, the mighty king of Olympus. He was the cloud-gatherer, the thunderer, the wielder of the lightning bolt, and his control over the weather was absolute. A clear, sunny day was a sign of his favor, a gentle rain, a blessing. But a raging storm, a blinding lightning strike, or a devastating drought was a clear and terrifying message of his displeasure. The rules of the sky were simple. Zeus was in charge, and his celestial control was a constant visible reminder of his supreme power over both mortals and immortals. To ignore the signs in the heavens, or to provoke the king of the gods, was to invite a divine wrath that could shatter mountains and boil the seas. Zeus's most iconic weapon was the lightning bolt, a powerful, fiery spear forged for him by the Cyclopes. It was not just a tool of destruction, it was a symbol of his ultimate authority, a visible manifestation of his power to enforce order and to punish those who defied him. When Zeus hurled a lightning bolt, it was a clear and unmistakable sign that his patience had run out, and that a terrible judgment was about to be delivered. We have already seen how Zeus used his lightning to punish the arrogant King Salmoneus, who dared to imitate his thunder and lightning. Salmoneus was vaporized in an instant, a chilling reminder that no mortal could ever hope to mimic the power of the King of the gods. But Zeus's control over the sky was not just about punishment, it was also about maintaining cosmic balance and enforcing his will in the grand scheme of things. Consider the story of the Great Flood, a tale that echoes across many ancient cultures, but in the Greek version, it was a direct act of Zeus's celestial control. Zeus had grown weary and disgusted with humanity. Mortals had become wicked, impious, and violent, forgetting the gods and living lives of utter depravity. The final straw came with the horrific act of King Lycaon, who dared to serve human flesh to Zeus in disguise. Zeus, seeing the depths of human wickedness, decided that the world needed to be cleansed, to be washed clean of its corruption. He did not send fire, for that would consume the entire world. Instead, he decided to send a flood, a deluge that would wipe out all of humanity, saving only a few righteous souls. He commanded the winds to blow, gathering dark, heavy clouds from all corners of the earth. He opened the floodgates of the heavens, and the rain began to fall, not in gentle drops, but in sheets, in torrents, in a relentless downpour that lasted for 9 days and 9 nights. The rivers overflowed their banks, the seas rose, and the entire world was slowly submerged beneath the rising waters. Mountains disappeared, cities were swallowed, and all of humanity, save for 2 righteous individuals, Deucalion and Pyrrha, perished in the deluge. Zeus watched from Olympus, his face grim, as the world was purified by the waters. When the flood finally receded, and the world was a clean, empty slate, Zeus sent a rainbow across the sky, a sign that his wrath had passed and that a new age for humanity could begin. The Great Flood was the ultimate demonstration of Zeus's power over the elements, a terrifying reminder that the very sky could be turned into an instrument of divine judgment. But Zeus's control over the weather was not always so dramatic. Sometimes, it was a subtle manipulation, a gentle nudge to guide events in the direction he desired. During the Trojan War, for example, Zeus often used his control over the weather to influence the outcome of battles. He would send a sudden thick fog to obscure the battlefield, allowing one side to retreat or to gain an advantage. He would send a sudden downpour to turn the ground to mud, slowing down the chariots and favoring the foot soldiers. He would send a clear, sunny day to allow for a great duel to take place, ensuring that the heroes could fight without interference. He was like a cosmic chess player, using the elements as his pieces, subtly shifting the conditions to favor one side or another, always with an eye towards the ultimate fulfillment of fate. Even the very act of thunder and lightning, which we now understand as natural phenomena, was seen by the Greeks as a direct communication from Zeus. A sudden clap of thunder on a clear day might be a sign of his approval or disapproval. A lightning bolt striking a specific tree might be a warning or a prophecy. The sky was a canvas upon which Zeus painted his moods and his messages, and the Greeks learned to read these signs, to understand the subtle language of the heavens. The rules of the sky were not just about the physical forces of nature. They were about the constant, visible presence of divine power in the world. They were a reminder that humanity lived under the watchful eye of a powerful and unpredictable God, and that every change in the weather, Every flash of lightning was a direct communication from the king of the gods himself. In the dark, echoing depths of the underworld, far below the realm of Hades, lay Tartarus, the deepest and most terrible prison in the cosmos. It was a place reserved not for ordinary souls, but for those who had committed crimes so heinous, so offensive to the gods, that their punishment had to be eternal, a constant, agonizing reminder of their defiance. The rules of divine punishment in Tartarus were not about rehabilitation or forgiveness. They were about retribution, about creating a torment that perfectly mirrored the crime, a living, breathing lesson in cosmic justice. These were not quick deaths or simple exiles. These were eternal torments, designed to break the spirit and serve as a chilling warning to any who dared to challenge the absolute authority of the gods. We have already encountered Sisyphus, the cunning king who twice cheated death. His punishment was a masterpiece of ironic torment, to forever push a massive boulder up a steep hill, only for it to roll back down just as he reached the top. His crime was a defiance of death and the natural order, and his punishment was an eternity of meaningless, frustrating labor, a perfect reflection of his futile attempts to escape his fate. Another famous resident of Tartarus, whose name has become synonymous with eternal suffering, was Tantalus. He was a king, a son of Zeus, and so favored by the gods that he was often invited to dine with them on Mount Olympus. But this divine favor went to his head, and he became arrogant and cruel. To test the omniscience of the gods, to see if they truly knew everything, he committed an act of unspeakable sacrilege. He killed his own son, Pelops, chopped him up, and served him to the gods in a stew at a banquet. The gods, of course, knew instantly what he had done. They were horrified and disgusted. Only Demeter, distracted by her grief for Persephone, accidentally ate a piece of Pelops's shoulder. The other gods immediately recognized the horror and refused to eat. Tantalus's punishment was perfectly tailored to his crime. He was cast into Tartarus and condemned to an eternity of agonizing hunger and thirst. He was forced to stand in a pool of cool, clear water that reached his chin, but whenever he bent down to drink, the water would recede, leaving him with a parched, burning throat. Above his head hung branches laden with ripe, delicious fruit, grapes, figs, pomegranates. But whenever he reached up to pluck one, a sudden gust of wind would blow the branches just out of his grasp. He was forever tantalized by the food and drink he could never have, a constant, agonizing reminder of the forbidden meal he had once served to the gods. His torment was not just physical, it was psychological, a perpetual state of unfulfilled desire, a living hell of longing and frustration. Then there was Ixion, a king who committed a crime of both treachery and hubris. He was the first mortal to murder a kinsman, his own father-in-law, by throwing him into a pit of burning coals. For this heinous act, he was shunned by all mortals. But Zeus, in a rare act of divine mercy, took pity on him and purified him of his crime, even inviting him to dine on Olympus. But Ixion, instead of being grateful, became arrogant. He dared to lust after Hera, Zeus's own wife. Zeus, always quick to anger when his marriage was threatened, decided to test him. He created a cloud phantom in the exact likeness of Hera and placed it next to Ixion. Ixion, in his delusion, embraced the cloud, believing it to be the queen of the gods. Zeus, seeing his treachery, was enraged. He punished Ixion with a torment that was both eternal and perfectly symbolic of his crime. He had Hermes bind Ixion to a great fiery wheel. The wheel was alive, constantly spinning through the air, and Ixion was bound to it, his body stretched and twisted in agony, forever spinning through the heavens. His punishment was a constant, agonizing reminder of his lust and his betrayal, a perpetual motion machine of suffering. The fiery wheel was a symbol of his burning desire, and his endless spinning was a reflection of his restless, unfulfilled lust. These eternal torments in Tartarus were not just random acts of divine cruelty. They were carefully crafted punishments, designed to teach a lesson, to serve as a cosmic warning. They showed that the gods were not just powerful, but also incredibly inventive in their retribution. They understood the deepest desires and fears of mortals, and they could twist those desires into a source of endless suffering. The rules of divine punishment were clear. Every crime had a consequence, and for the most egregious offenses, that consequence was an eternity of suffering, a chilling reminder that the gods would always have the last word and that their justice, though often harsh, was absolute and inescapable. In the world of the Greek gods, parenting was rarely a simple affair. Unlike mortal families, where children grew up under the watchful eyes of their parents, divine offspring often had complicated, distant, and sometimes even hostile relationships with their immortal progenitors. The rules of divine parenting were strange and often contradictory. Gods might abandon their children, send them on impossible quests, or even try to kill them. And the children, in turn, might rebel against their parents, challenge their authority, or even try to usurp their power. These complex dynamics had profound consequences, not just for the gods themselves, but for the mortal world that was often caught in the crossfire of these celestial family dramas. Perhaps the most famous and complex divine father-son relationship was that between Zeus, the king of the gods, and his most famous demigod son, Heracles. Heracles was born from one of Zeus's many affairs with a mortal woman, Alcmene. From the moment of his birth, Heracles was a living testament to Zeus's infidelity and Hera's relentless jealousy. While Zeus loved his son and often tried to protect him, his interventions were often subtle and indirect, as he had to contend with Hera's constant persecution. Hera, in her rage, sent snakes to his cradle, drove him to madness, and orchestrated his famous 12 labors. Zeus, for his part, often watched from afar, allowing his son to suffer and struggle, perhaps seeing it as a necessary trial to forge him into the greatest hero of all time. But even Zeus, with all his power, could not always protect his children from the consequences of their divine heritage. Consider the story of Perseus, another of Zeus's demigod sons. His birth was strange and miraculous, conceived when Zeus visited his mother Danae as a shower of golden rain. Perseus was destined to fulfill a prophecy that he would kill his grandfather, King Acrisius. To avoid this fate, Acrisius locked Danae and the infant Perseus in a wooden chest and cast them into the sea. Zeus did not intervene directly to save them from the waves. Instead, he allowed them to drift to a distant island where they were found by a kind fisherman. It was only later, when Perseus was a young man, that Zeus would subtly guide him, sending Hermes and Athena to aid him in his quest to slay the Gorgon Medusa. Zeus was a father who provided opportunities and subtle guidance, but he rarely interfered directly, allowing his children to face their own challenges and forge their own destinies. Another fascinating example of divine parenting is the relationship between Athena and Erichthonius. Athena, the virgin goddess of wisdom and crafts, was not born in the traditional sense. She sprang fully formed from the head of Zeus. As a virgin goddess, she had no desire for a consort or children. However, the god Hephaestus, the blacksmith god, once tried to force himself upon her. Athena, in her strength, fought him off, but in the struggle, some of Hephaestus's seed fell upon her thigh. Disgusted, Athena wiped it off with a piece of wool and threw the wool onto the ground. From the earth, Gaia, a child, was born. This was Erichthonius. Athena, despite her initial disgust, felt a strange sense of responsibility for the child. She took him in, raised him in secret, and became his foster mother. She placed him in a basket and entrusted him to the daughters of the king of Athens, with strict instructions never to open the basket. But, as with Pandora's jar, curiosity proved too strong. Two of the sisters opened the basket and saw the child, who was half human and half serpent. Driven mad by the sight, they threw themselves off the Acropolis. Athena, however, continued to protect Erichthonius. She taught him many things, including how to tame horses and how to build chariots. He eventually became a wise and just king of Athens, and it was he who established the Panathenaic Games, a great festival in honor of Athena. This was a strange form of divine parenting, a goddess who, despite her vows of virginity, became a nurturing and protective figure, guiding her unusual foster son to greatness. It shows that divine parenthood was not always about blood, but about responsibility and guidance. These stories reveal a complex and often contradictory set of rules governing divine parenting. Gods were not always loving or nurturing. They could be distant, manipulative, or even cruel. But their actions, whether through direct intervention or subtle guidance, always had a profound impact on the lives of their children, both mortal and immortal. The consequences of these divine family dramas often played out on the mortal stage, shaping the destinies of heroes, kings, and entire cities. It was a constant reminder that the world of mortals was inextricably linked to the unpredictable and often chaotic family dynamics of the gods on Olympus. In the fluid and unpredictable world of Greek mythology, nothing was truly permanent, especially not one's physical form. The gods, with their immense power, could change their shapes at will, transforming into animals, humans, or even elements of nature to achieve their desires or to escape detection. But this power was not limited to the gods. Mortals, too, could be transformed, though rarely by their own choice. These transformations were often a direct consequence of divine intervention, a punishment for hubris, a means of escape from unwanted attention, or a way for the gods to immortalize a tragic figure. The rules of transformation were strange and often ironic, ensuring that the new form perfectly reflected the crime, the desire, or the fate of the transformed individual. Once changed, the new form was almost always permanent, a living, breathing monument to a moment of divine power. We have already seen several examples of these permanent transformations. King Lycaon, who dared to serve human flesh to Zeus, was turned into the first werewolf, forever cursed to roam the forests as the savage beast he had become. Arachne, who boasted that her weaving skill surpassed Athena's, was transformed into the first spider, condemned to weave forever. Io, the priestess pursued by Zeus, was turned into a white heifer by a panicked Zeus, only to suffer further at the hands of Hera. And Daphne, fleeing the unwanted advances of Apollo, was transformed into a laurel tree, her beauty preserved but her freedom lost. Each of these transformations was a direct, physical manifestation of a divine rule, a consequence that was both poetic and inescapable. Consider the story of Echo, the talkative nymph who was cursed by Hera to only repeat the last word spoken to her. Her transformation was not into an animal or a plant, but into a disembodied voice. Because she had used her voice to deceive Hera, she lost the ability to speak for herself. And because she wasted away from unrequited love for Narcissus, her body faded until nothing was left but her voice, a haunting echo in the lonely places of the world. Her transformation was a perfect, ironic punishment, a living reminder of her past transgression and her tragic love. Another poignant example of transformation as a means of escape and immortalization is the story of Cygnus. Cygnus was a young man, the son of Poseidon, who was deeply devoted to his friend Phaethon, the son of the sun god Helios. Phaethon, in his youthful arrogance, once tried to drive his father's sun chariot across the sky. He lost control, setting the world on fire and freezing it with ice. Zeus, to save the cosmos, struck Phaethon down with a lightning bolt, sending him plummeting into a river. Cygnus was heartbroken. He spent days diving into the river, searching for his friend's body, refusing to give up hope. He was so consumed by his grief and his relentless search that the gods took pity on him. They transformed him into a swan, a creature known for its long neck, which allowed him to dive deep into the water, and for its mournful song. He was immortalized as the constellation Cygnus, the swan, forever soaring through the heavens, a silent, celestial tribute to his unwavering loyalty and his profound grief. His transformation was not a punishment, but a way to preserve his essence, to allow him to continue his search in a new, eternal form. Even the gods themselves were subject to the rules of transformation, though their changes were usually voluntary and temporary. Zeus, as we have seen, was a master of disguise, transforming into a bull, a swan, a shower of gold, or even a mortal man to pursue his many lovers. These transformations allowed him to bypass mortal defenses and to hide his affairs from Hera. But even for the gods, there were limits. Once a transformation was complete, it was often difficult to reverse, and sometimes the consequences of the change could be unexpected. The rules of transformation in Greek mythology reveal a deep understanding of the fluid and interconnected nature of existence. They suggest that identity is not fixed, and that the boundaries between human, animal, and even divine can be blurred. These stories are not just fantastical tales, they are profound explorations of cause and effect, of the consequences of our actions, and of the ways in which our inner nature can be outwardly manifested. They are a constant reminder that in the world of the gods, a single moment of divine will could change a life, a landscape, or even the very fabric of reality forever. In the grand tapestry of Greek mythology, it is easy to be captivated by the stories of the mighty, the beautiful, and the powerful. We hear of Zeus, the king of the gods, or Heracles, the strongest of heroes. But the ancient Greeks also understood the profound power of the underdog, the one who starts with nothing, who is rejected, or who faces impossible odds, and yet, through sheer will, cleverness, or a hidden strength, manages to rise above their circumstances. The rules of the underdog were not about inherent power or divine favor. They were about resilience, ingenuity, and the surprising ways in which the seemingly weak could overcome the overwhelmingly strong. These stories are not just tales of triumph. They are profound explorations of perseverance, the unexpected sources of strength, and the idea that even the most humble beginnings can lead to the greatest achievements. Perhaps the most striking example of a divine underdog is Hephaestus, the god of blacksmiths, craftsmen, and fire. Unlike the other gods of Olympus, who were born beautiful and perfect, Hephaestus was born lame and ugly. His mother, Hera, was so disgusted by his appearance that she threw him from Mount Olympus shortly after his birth. He fell for an entire day and night, landing in the sea, where he was rescued and raised by two kind sea nymphs. This was a harsh and cruel beginning for a god, a rejection from his own mother, and a physical deformity that set him apart from the other perfect Olympians. But Hephaestus did not let his physical limitations define him. He channeled his energy and his brilliant mind into his craft. He became the most skilled artisan among the gods, a master blacksmith whose hands could create wonders. He built the palaces on Olympus, forged the thunderbolts for Zeus, and crafted the magnificent armor and weapons for the gods and heroes. His workshop, filled with fire and the clang of hammers, was a place of immense power and creativity. He was the ultimate underdog, rejected and cast out, but through his unique talent and his relentless dedication, he became indispensable to the very gods who had scorned him. He even got his revenge on Hera, building her a magnificent golden throne that, once she sat in it, trapped her with unbreakable chains. Only Hephaestus could release her, forcing his mother to acknowledge his power and his worth. His story is a testament to the idea that true strength is not always physical, and that genius can emerge from the most unexpected and unpromising places. Another powerful story of an underdog rising against all odds is that of Psyche, a mortal princess whose beauty was so extraordinary that it rivaled that of Aphrodite, the goddess of love herself. People began to worship Psyche instead of Aphrodite, bringing offerings to her temples and neglecting the goddess. Aphrodite, in her jealousy, was enraged. She commanded her son Eros, the god of love, to make Psyche fall in love with the most hideous creature on earth. But when Eros saw Psyche, he accidentally pricked himself with his own arrow and fell deeply in love with her. Eros, defying his mother, secretly took Psyche to a magnificent invisible palace, where he visited her only at night, in complete darkness, forbidding her to ever look upon his face. Psyche lived in luxury, but she was lonely. Her jealous sisters, visiting her, planted seeds of doubt in her mind, telling her that her unseen husband must be a hideous monster. Driven by curiosity and fear, Psyche lit a lamp one night and looked upon her husband's face. She saw not a monster, but the most beautiful of all the gods, Eros himself. But a drop of hot oil from her lamp fell on his shoulder, waking him. Betrayed and heartbroken, Eros fled, and the palace vanished, leaving Psyche alone and abandoned. Psyche, filled with remorse and a desperate longing for her lost love, decided to seek out Aphrodite and beg for her help. Aphrodite, still furious, saw this as an opportunity to torment her rival. She set Psyche a series of impossible tasks designed to break her spirit and ensure her failure. Psyche, a mere mortal, had to sort a massive pile of mixed grains, gather golden fleece from fierce sheep, and even journey to the underworld to collect a box of beauty from Persephone. Each task was designed to be beyond her mortal capabilities, but Psyche, through her unwavering love, her perseverance, and with the unexpected help of various creatures and even the gods themselves, managed to complete each one. Ants helped her sort the grains. A green reed gave her advice on how to get the golden fleece, and a tower spoke to her, guiding her on her journey to the underworld. Her final task, bringing back the box of beauty, was almost her undoing. She was warned not to open the box, but her curiosity, a very human flaw, got the better of her. She opened it, hoping to take some of the beauty for herself, but instead, a deep, death-like sleep escaped from the box and enveloped her. Eros, who had been secretly watching over her, found her and revived her. He then went to Zeus and pleaded with him to allow him to marry Psyche. Zeus, moved by Psyche's perseverance and Eros's love, agreed. He made Psyche immortal, transforming her into a goddess, the personification of the human soul. Her story is a beautiful testament to the power of love, perseverance, and the idea that even a seemingly insignificant mortal, through their trials and their unwavering spirit, can achieve divine status. It is a powerful reminder that the greatest victories are often won not by the strongest, but by the most determined, the most resilient, and the most willing to face impossible odds. The ancient Greeks looked back to a time, long before their own, with a deep sense of nostalgia and longing. This was the Golden Age, a mythical era when humanity lived in perfect harmony with the gods and with nature. It was a time of innocence, abundance, and eternal spring, a world governed by rules that were simple, just, and utterly unlike the harsh realities of their own lives. The story of the Golden Age and its subsequent decline to a series of lesser ages is not just a historical account. It is a profound philosophical statement about the nature of humanity, the consequences of progress, and the bittersweet truth that what is gained in knowledge and power is often lost in innocence and peace. The Golden Age was said to have existed during the reign of Kronos, the Titan king. In this era, there was no need for laws, for everyone lived in perfect harmony, guided by their own innate sense of justice and goodness. There was no war, no crime, and no suffering. The earth itself provided everything humanity needed, without the need for toil or labor. Food grew in abundance. The rivers flowed with milk and honey, and the climate was always mild, an eternal spring where flowers bloomed and fruits ripened all year round. People lived for hundreds of years, never growing old or frail, and when their time came, they simply drifted off to a peaceful sleep, their spirits becoming benevolent guardians of humanity. There was no need for houses, for people lived in the open, sleeping on beds of soft grass. There was no need for clothes, for modesty was unknown. It was a time of pure, unadulterated bliss, a paradise on earth. But this perfect age was not to last. It was followed by the Silver Age, which began with the overthrow of Kronos by Zeus and the rise of the Olympian gods. This was a significant decline. Humanity in the Silver Age was less noble, less pious, and less intelligent than their Golden Age predecessors. They lived for 100 years as children, only to grow old and die quickly once they reached adulthood. The earth no longer provided everything freely. People had to work the land to grow their food, and the seasons began to change, bringing the harshness of winter. Humans became more violent, less respectful of the gods, and less willing to offer proper sacrifices. Zeus, disgusted by their impiety, eventually destroyed this race of men with a great flood, wiping them from the face of the earth. Next came the Bronze Age, an era of war, violence, and hardship. This race of men was forged from ash trees, and their hearts were as hard as the bronze they used for their weapons and their homes. They were obsessed with warfare, constantly fighting and killing each other. They ate no bread, living only on meat, and they had no respect for the gods. Their cities were fortified, their lives were brutal, and their deaths were often violent. This age ended when the men of bronze destroyed each other in their endless wars, their souls descending to the dark realm of Hades. After the Bronze Age came the Heroic Age, a brief but glorious interlude that was a slight improvement. This was the age of the great heroes, the demigods and mighty warriors whose stories we still tell today: Heracles, Achilles, Odysseus, and the heroes of the Trojan War. These men were more just and more noble than the men of the Bronze Age, and they were often favored by the gods. They performed great deeds, founded cities, and established the foundations of civilization. But even this age was marked by conflict and suffering, and it eventually came to an end with the great wars and the passing of the heroic generation. Finally, the Greeks believed they were living in the Iron Age, the worst and most degenerate of all the ages. This was a time of constant toil, suffering, and moral decay. Justice had fled the earth, replaced by greed, dishonesty, and violence. Children no longer respected their parents, and hospitality, once a sacred law, was rarely practiced. People lived in constant fear, their lives filled with hardship and sorrow. The gods had abandoned humanity, disgusted by their wickedness, leaving them to their own devices. It was a bleak and pessimistic view of their own time, a stark contrast to the golden paradise of the past. The progression through these ages, from gold to iron, was not just a linear decline. It was a profound commentary on the human condition. It suggested that with each step away from the innocence of the Golden Age, humanity gained something: knowledge, technology, the ability to build great cities, but lost something far more precious: their connection to nature, their innate goodness, and their harmonious relationship with the divine. The rules of each age were different, reflecting the changing nature of humanity and their relationship with the cosmos. The Golden Age had no need for rules because humanity was inherently good. The Iron Age, however, required countless laws, but even those were often ignored. The story of the ages was a constant reminder that paradise, once lost, could never truly be regained, and that the price of progress was often a profound and irreversible loss of innocence. In the glittering halls of Mount Olympus, where the gods feasted on ambrosia and drank nectar, there was one goddess whose heart was almost constantly consumed by a bitter, burning fire. This was Hera, the queen of the gods, the goddess of marriage and childbirth, and the long-suffering wife of Zeus. Her husband's endless infidelities were a constant source of humiliation and rage, and while she rarely dared to confront Zeus directly, her vengeance against his mortal lovers and their illegitimate children was legendary. The rules of Hera's divine jealousy were simple. If you were loved by Zeus, you were marked for suffering. Her pursuit was relentless, her punishments inventive, and her hatred a force of nature that could shatter lives and bring kingdoms to ruin. Hera's rage was not a sudden, fleeting emotion. It was a deep-seated, calculating fury that could simmer for years, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. She was a master of subtle torment, of psychological warfare, and of orchestrating events that would lead to the slow, agonizing destruction of her rivals and their offspring. Her goal was not always to kill, but to make the lives of Zeus's lovers and children so miserable that they would curse the day they were born. We have already seen the tragic fate of Semele, the mortal princess who was tricked by Hera into demanding that Zeus reveal his true form, leading to her instant incineration. This was a direct, brutal act of vengeance, a clear message to any mortal who dared to catch the eye of her husband. But Hera's cruelty was often more drawn out, more insidious. Consider the story of Leto, a titaness who was pregnant with Zeus's twin children, Apollo and Artemis. Hera, in her fury, forbade any land on earth to offer her refuge, to allow her to give birth. Leto wandered the world, desperate and in agony, unable to find a place to rest. The earth itself, fearing Hera's wrath, refused to touch her. Finally, after much suffering, she found a small, barren, floating island called Delos. Because it was not truly land, it was not bound by Hera's decree. There, after 9 days and 9 nights of labor, she finally gave birth to Apollo and Artemis. But even after their birth, Hera's hatred continued. She sent the monstrous serpent Python to hunt down and kill Leto and her newborn children. Apollo, even as a newborn, was a powerful god, and he eventually slew the python. But the constant threat and the suffering inflicted upon his mother were a direct result of Hera's relentless jealousy. Perhaps the most famous and enduring target of Hera's wrath was Heracles, the mighty son of Zeus and the mortal Alcmene. From the moment of his birth, Hera hated him with a passion that bordered on obsession. He was a living, breathing symbol of her husband's infidelity, a constant reminder of his betrayal. She tried to kill him in his cradle, sending 2 large snakes to poison him, but the infant Heracles, already possessed of his incredible strength, simply strangled them, 1 in each hand. This early attempt failed, but it was just the beginning of a lifetime of persecution. Hera became the architect of Heracles' suffering, the unseen hand that guided him towards one disaster after another. It was she who, years later, would send the fit of madness that caused him to kill his own wife and children, the terrible crime that would lead to his famous 12 labors. These labors, designed to be impossible, were not just a penance for his crime. They were a direct result of Hera's machinations. She influenced the oracle at Delphi to command him to serve his cowardly cousin, King Eurystheus, who was himself a puppet in Hera's hands. Every monster Heracles faced, every impossible task he undertook, was a direct or indirect result of Hera's desire to break him, to make his life a living hell. The Nemean lion, the Lernaean hydra, the Stymphalian birds, many of these creatures were either her pets or her creations, sent specifically to destroy him. Even after he completed his labors and achieved a measure of peace, Hera was not finished with him. Her hatred was a force of nature, a constant, oppressive weight on his entire life. She continued to send him trials and tribulations, ensuring that his life was filled with hardship and suffering. It was only after his death, when he was finally granted immortality and ascended to Olympus, that Hera finally relented, and even then, it was a grudging acceptance. The story of Heracles is often celebrated as a tale of heroic triumph, of a man overcoming impossible odds. But it is also a profound and tragic story about the strange and terrible rules of divine jealousy. To be the child of one of Zeus's affairs was to be born with a target on your back, to be caught in the crossfire of a divine marriage that was filled with infidelity and rage. The mortal victims of these affairs were not just lovers. They were the battlegrounds, the places where the king of the gods and his jealous queen fought their endless, bitter war, a war that often had devastating and lasting consequences for the mortal world. In the vast, sprawling universe of Greek mythology, with its powerful gods, its monstrous creatures, and its unpredictable fates, there was a constant underlying struggle to maintain balance. Chaos was always lurking, threatening to unravel the very fabric of existence. It was the primary duty of Zeus, the king of the gods, to ensure that this cosmic order, this delicate equilibrium, was preserved. He was not just a thunderer or a philanderer. He was the ultimate enforcer of divine law, the one who ensured that every being, from the smallest nymph to the mightiest titan, knew their place and adhered to the rules that governed the cosmos. The rules of cosmic order were complex, often subtle, and sometimes brutally enforced, a constant reminder that the universe, in its grand design, demanded balance, and that any disruption would be met with swift and decisive action. Zeus did not work alone in this monumental task. He was often aided by other deities who personified aspects of justice and order. One of his most important allies was Themis, the titaness of divine law and order, and the mother of the fates. She was the embodiment of natural law, of what was right and proper in the universe. She sat beside Zeus on his throne, whispering wise counsel into his ear, reminding him of the ancient customs and the unwritten laws that governed the cosmos. Her presence ensured that Zeus's judgments, though sometimes harsh, were always ultimately aimed at restoring balance. Another crucial figure in maintaining cosmic order was Dike, the goddess of justice and one of Themis's daughters. Dike was the spirit of moral order, the one who ensured that human actions were judged fairly and that wrongdoers received their just deserts. She was often depicted holding a scale, symbolizing the careful weighing of actions and consequences. When mortals committed crimes, especially those that violated the sacred laws of hospitality or family, Dike would report them to Zeus, ensuring that their transgressions did not go unpunished. Her presence in the mortal world was a constant reminder that justice, though sometimes slow, would always prevail. The most dramatic example of Zeus enforcing cosmic order was his long and bloody war against the Titans, the Titanomachy. This was not just a family feud, it was a struggle for the very soul of the universe. The Titans, under the tyrannical rule of Kronos, represented an older, more chaotic, and less just order. Their reign was marked by fear, paranoia, and the swallowing of children. Zeus, with the help of his siblings and the monstrous Hecatoncheires and Cyclopes, fought to establish a new, more ordered, and ultimately more just cosmic hierarchy. His victory was not just a triumph of power. It was a triumph of order over chaos, of a new, more civilized divine rule over the old, brutal ways. By casting the Titans into Tartarus, Zeus established a clear boundary between the rulers and the ruled, ensuring that the universe would not descend back into the primordial chaos from which it had emerged. But maintaining cosmic order was not just about grand wars and dramatic punishments. It was also about subtle interventions, about ensuring that the natural cycles of the world continued uninterrupted. When Demeter, in her grief for Persephone, abandoned her duties as the goddess of the harvest, the entire world began to die. The crops withered, the rivers dried up, and humanity faced starvation. This was a profound disruption of the cosmic order, a direct threat to the balance of life on Earth. Zeus, seeing the devastation, had to intervene. He could not force Demeter to relent, Nor could he simply command Hades to release Persephone. Instead, he orchestrated a compromise, a negotiation that would ensure that the seasons would continue to turn, that life would return to the earth, and that the balance between the realms of the living and the dead would be maintained. The annual cycle of Persephone's return to the underworld and her subsequent emergence was a constant, visible manifestation of this cosmic balance, a reminder that even the most profound grief had to eventually yield to the greater good of universal order. Even the seemingly random acts of divine intervention, the petty squabbles and personal vendettas of the gods, often served a larger purpose in maintaining cosmic balance. Hera's relentless persecution of Heracles, for example, while driven by personal jealousy, also served to test and temper the hero, forging him into a being capable of performing the impossible labors that ultimately benefited humanity. The Trojan War, though sparked by a petty dispute, was also seen by some as a means for Zeus to reduce the burgeoning human population and to allow the heroic age to come to a glorious, if tragic, end, making way for a new era. The rules of cosmic order were a complex web of interconnected duties, responsibilities, and consequences. Every god had a role to play. Every action had a ripple effect, and every disruption to the balance would eventually be corrected. Zeus, as the king of Olympus, was the ultimate orchestrator of this grand design, ensuring that the universe, despite its inherent chaos and its powerful, often unruly inhabitants, continued to function in a way that was ultimately just, ordered, and balanced. It was a constant, ongoing effort, a testament to the idea that even in a world of divine power, order was not a given, but a constant, hard-won achievement. In the intricate tapestry of Greek mythology, few concepts were as debated and as deeply explored as the eternal struggle between fate and free will. Was a person's life a predetermined path woven by the unseen hands of the fates, or did mortals and even gods have the power to choose their own destiny? The rules governing this cosmic dance were complex, often contradictory, and rarely clear. Sometimes, prophecies seemed absolute, leading characters inexorably towards a tragic end, no matter how hard they tried to escape. Other times, a clever hero or powerful god seemed to bend the threads of destiny, finding a loophole or subtly altering the course of events. These stories are not just tales of destiny. They are profound philosophical inquiries into the nature of choice, the limits of power, and the terrifying possibility that our greatest efforts to escape our fate might be the very actions that lead us directly into its embrace. We have already encountered the Moirai, the three fates, Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropos, who spun, measured, and cut the thread of every life. Their power was said to be absolute, even over the gods. Zeus himself, the king of the gods, was bound by their decrees. He could not save his beloved son Sarpedon from his fated death on the battlefield, for to do so would be to unravel the entire cosmic order. This suggests a universe where destiny is a fixed, unchangeable force, a pre-written script that everyone, mortal and immortal, must follow. However, the stories also present a more nuanced picture, one where free will, or at least the illusion of it, plays a crucial role. Consider the prophecy that the sea nymph Thetis would bear a son greater than his father. This was a terrifying prophecy for Zeus, who had overthrown his own father, Kronos, and feared a similar fate. Instead of directly defying the fates, Zeus chose a different path. He did not try to prevent Thetis from having a son. Instead, he ensured that the father of her son would be a mortal, King Peleus. The son born to Thetis and Peleus was Achilles, the greatest of all Greek warriors. And while Achilles was indeed a mighty hero, he was still a mortal, destined to die. He was not greater than Zeus. In this instance, Zeus did not change the prophecy. He cleverly navigated around it, using his free will to choose a course of action that fulfilled the spirit of the prophecy without threatening his own power. This suggests that while the ultimate outcome might be fated, the path to that outcome and the specific individuals involved could be influenced by choice. The story of Oedipus is perhaps the most chilling exploration of the interplay between fate and free will. Oedipus was born under a terrible prophecy. He was destined to kill his father and marry his mother. His parents, King Laius and Queen Jocasta, tried desperately to avoid this fate. They abandoned the infant Oedipus on a mountainside, his ankles pierced, hoping he would die. But fate, or perhaps a series of choices, intervened. He was found by a shepherd and raised by a different royal family. When he grew up, he heard the prophecy, and, believing his foster parents were his true parents, he fled his home, determined to escape his terrible destiny. But his very actions, his flight, his journey, his encounter at the crossroads where he unknowingly killed his true father, and his subsequent arrival in Thebes where he married his true mother, were all steps on the path to fulfilling the prophecy. Every choice he made, every effort to escape his fate, only brought him closer to it. This suggests that free will, in the face of an absolute prophecy, can be a cruel illusion. It is not that Oedipus had no choices. It is that every choice he made, no matter how well-intentioned, led him down the same fated path. His story is a powerful and terrifying reminder that sometimes the threads of destiny are so tightly woven that even the most desperate struggles to break free only serve to tighten the knot. However, there are also stories where human choice and divine intervention seem to genuinely alter a fated outcome, or at least delay it. The hero Admetus was fated to die young, but his wife, Alcestis, in an act of profound love and sacrifice, offered to die in his place. The fates, moved by her devotion, agreed. This was a direct alteration of a fated death, a moment where love and sacrifice seemed to triumph over destiny. However, even this was not a complete defiance of fate. Heracles, in his strength, wrestled death itself and brought Alcestis back from the underworld, restoring her to her husband. So, while the fates had allowed the substitution, it was still a powerful act of free will and divine intervention that ultimately changed the fated outcome. These complex and often contradictory narratives suggest that the rules of fate and free will in Greek mythology were not simple or absolute. They were a constant tension, a dynamic interplay between predetermined destiny and the choices made by individuals. The gods themselves were often caught in this struggle, sometimes enforcing fate, sometimes trying to bend it, and sometimes even becoming victims of it. The stories serve as a profound meditation on the human condition, reminding us that while some aspects of our lives may be predetermined, the choices we make, the virtues we embody, and the struggles we endure still hold immense meaning and power, even in the face of an unavoidable destiny. In the world of Greek mythology, the gods were not just distant, powerful beings. They were active participants in the lives of mortals, often bestowing gifts that could change a person's fortune forever. But these divine gifts were rarely simple blessings. They almost always came with a hidden cost, a dangerous downside, or an ironic twist that the recipient did not foresee. The gods, in their wisdom and their cruelty, seemed to delight in giving gifts that were as much a curse as they were a blessing. These stories are powerful cautionary tales, warnings that one should be very, very careful what one wishes for, especially when the one granting the wish is an all-powerful and often mischievous immortal. We have already seen the tragic story of King Midas, whose wish for a golden touch turned his food to metal and his daughter to a golden statue. His story is the ultimate example of a blessing that was, in reality, a terrible curse, a gift that gave him exactly what he wanted and, in doing so, took away everything he truly needed. But his was not the only story of a divine gift with a hidden, painful cost. A similar, though perhaps more subtle, tale is that of Pandora, the first woman, and the infamous jar she was given. As we know, Pandora herself was a gift to humanity from the gods, a beautiful evil, designed by Zeus to punish mankind for accepting the stolen gift of fire. She was beautiful, charming, and graceful, but she was also given the gift of a burning, insatiable curiosity. The jar that Zeus gave her was also a kind of gift, a mysterious, sealed container that she was ordered never to open. But the real gift, the real curse, was the combination of the two. By giving a curious woman a forbidden object, Zeus was setting a trap that he knew she could not escape. The jar was not just a container of evils, it was a test of her very nature, a test she was designed to fail. When she finally opened it, unleashing sickness, sorrow, and all the other miseries upon the world, she was not just being disobedient, she was fulfilling her purpose. The one small blessing that was left in the jar, the spirit of hope, is often seen as a comfort, but it can also be seen as the final, most subtle twist of the knife. Hope, in a world now filled with endless suffering, could be seen as the one thing that keeps humanity going, the thing that prevents them from giving up in the face of a miserable existence. It is a gift that makes the suffering bearable, and in doing so, ensures that the suffering will continue. It is a blessing with a very dark and complicated hidden cost. Another poignant example of a divine gift becoming a burden is the story of Tithonus, the handsome Trojan prince who caught the eye of Eos, the goddess of the dawn. Eos, deeply in love, begged Zeus to grant Tithonus immortality so they could be together forever. Zeus granted her wish, but in her haste, Eos forgot to ask for eternal youth. For a few wonderful years, this oversight didn't matter. But then Tithonus began to age. He grew older and older, his body withering, his mind fading, until he became a shrunken, babbling husk, unable to die but trapped in an endless state of decay. Eos, heartbroken, eventually transformed him into a cicada, a tiny insect that chirps endlessly, a faint, mindless echo of the man he once was. His immortality, meant to be the ultimate blessing, became his greatest curse, a living testament to the dangers of an incomplete wish. Sometimes a divine gift was not a curse in itself, but a tool that, in the hands of a flawed mortal, could lead to ruin. This was the case with the hero Daedalus and his son Icarus. Daedalus, a master inventor, built magnificent wings of feathers and wax for himself and his son to escape imprisonment. This gift of flight was a miracle, a divine-seeming power created by a mortal man. But Daedalus warned his son not to fly too high, or the sun would melt the wax. Icarus, young and reckless, was overcome with the joy and power of flight. He forgot his father's warning and soared too close to the sun. The wax melted, his wings disintegrated, and he plummeted to his death in the sea. The gift of flight, a blessing that had promised him freedom, had, through his own youthful arrogance and disobedience, become the instrument of his death. The story is a timeless warning about the dangers of technology and power without the wisdom and humility to control them, a lesson that a divine gift, in the wrong hands, can be the most dangerous thing in the world. These tales of cursed blessings and costly gifts reveal a deep-seated Greek anxiety about the nature of power and desire. They suggest that true blessings are not the magical, world-altering gifts of the gods, but the simple, human virtues of wisdom, moderation, and humility. They are a constant reminder that the gods, in their infinite power, could grant wishes, but they rarely granted happiness, and that the most profound gifts often came with the most profound and unexpected burdens. In the ancient Greek world, the line between the mortal and the divine was often blurred, but nowhere was it more tangible than in sacred spaces. These were not just buildings or natural landmarks. They were places where the veil between worlds was thin, where the gods chose to manifest their presence, and where mortals could seek their favor, their wisdom, or their healing. The rules governing these sacred spaces were strict, precise, and often terrifying. To enter them was to step onto holy ground, and any violation, any act of disrespect, could invite a swift and terrible divine wrath. These rules ensured that the power of the gods was acknowledged, that their presence was revered, and that the delicate balance between the human and the divine was maintained. The most famous of all sacred spaces was the Oracle of Delphi, the temple of Apollo perched high on the slopes of Mount Parnassus. It was considered the navel of the world, the omphalos, the place where the earth itself communicated with the heavens. Here, the Pythia, Apollo's priestess, would deliver prophecies, her words often cryptic and ambiguous, but always believed to be the direct voice of the god. To approach the oracle was a solemn and dangerous undertaking. Supplicants had to undergo rituals of purification, offer sacrifices, and present their questions in a specific manner. The temple itself was a sanctuary, a place of peace and divine protection. To violate its sanctity, to commit violence within its walls, was an act of profound sacrilege that would bring down the wrath of Apollo and all the gods. Consider the story of the Persian Wars. When the mighty Persian Empire threatened to invade Greece, the Athenians sent messengers to Delphi to consult the oracle. The Pythia's prophecy was grim. All will be destroyed, save for a wooden wall. The Athenians were terrified. Some believed it meant they should build a wooden palisade around their city. But the clever general Themistocles interpreted it differently. He argued that the wooden wall referred to their ships. He convinced the Athenians to abandon their city and to put all their faith in their navy. This interpretation, born from a deep understanding of the oracle's cryptic language, ultimately saved Greece from Persian conquest. The story highlights the rule that divine messages, even from sacred spaces, required careful interpretation, and that human wisdom played a crucial role in understanding the will of the gods. Beyond the grand temples, there were countless smaller sacred spaces, groves of trees dedicated to nymphs, springs where healing gods resided, and caves that served as entrances to the underworld. These places were often marked by simple altars, offerings, or just a sense of profound stillness. To cut down a tree in a sacred grove, to pollute a holy spring, or to disturb the peace of a divine cave was an act of disrespect that could provoke the wrath of the local deities. The story of the sacred grove of Demeter is a chilling example of this. During a time of war, the Spartans were besieging the city of Athens. They found refuge in a sacred grove dedicated to Demeter, believing that the goddess would protect them. The Athenians, desperate to dislodge them, sent a messenger to Delphi to ask the oracle if they should attack the Spartans in the grove. The oracle's response was clear. Do not touch the sacred grove. Let the goddess herself decide their fate. The Athenians, fearing divine wrath, obeyed. But the Spartans, in their arrogance, began to desecrate the grove, cutting down trees for firewood and building fortifications. Demeter, the goddess of the harvest, was enraged by this disrespect for her sacred space. She sent a terrible plague upon the Spartan army, weakening them and forcing them to retreat. The grove, once a sanctuary, became a place of death, a testament to the goddess's fierce protection of her domain. Even the act of prayer and ritual within sacred spaces had its own strict rules. Offerings had to be made in the correct manner, sacrifices had to be pure, and the supplicant had to approach the gods with a humble and pious heart. To offer a flawed sacrifice, to pray with an arrogant heart, or to demand rather than request was to risk offending the gods and having your prayers rejected. The story of Prometheus, who tried to trick Zeus with a flawed sacrifice, is a prime example of this. His attempt to deceive the king of the gods with a pile of bones disguised as meat led to Zeus withholding fire from humanity, a direct consequence of violating the rules of sacred offerings. These rules of sacred spaces were not just arbitrary commands, they were a fundamental part of the Greek worldview. They reinforced the idea that the gods were present in the world, that their power was real, and that humanity had a sacred duty to respect the divine. They were a constant reminder that the universe was not just a collection of physical objects, but a living, breathing entity imbued with divine presence, and that every step taken on holy ground was a step into the realm of the gods themselves. We have journeyed through a world where hospitality could lead to a king's transformation into a beast, where a single oath could bind the king of the gods, and where the pursuit of beauty could end in a tree or a disembodied voice. We have seen how curiosity could unleash all evils, how fate could be both absolute and subtly navigated, and how divine gifts often came with a hidden, terrible cost. We have explored the strange births of gods, the hidden meanings of monsters, and the complex, often brutal rules of divine parenting, justice, and jealousy. We have witnessed the cosmic dance of the seasons, the relentless wrath of the sea god, and the absolute celestial control of Zeus. Each story, each weird rule, has offered a glimpse into the ancient Greek understanding of the universe, a world far more complex, more unpredictable, and more deeply interconnected than our own. These myths were not just entertaining stories, they were the very fabric of ancient Greek thought, their way of making sense of a world that was often chaotic, beautiful, and terrifying. They were their science, their philosophy, and their moral code, all wrapped up in compelling narratives. The weird rules we have explored are not just arbitrary commands from capricious gods. They are profound insights into the human condition, timeless lessons about the consequences of our actions, the limits of our power, and the enduring struggle to find meaning in a universe that often seems indifferent to our suffering. The rule of xenia, hospitality, reminds us that even in a world of strangers, there is a sacred duty to welcome and protect the vulnerable. It teaches us that kindness is not just a virtue, but a fundamental building block of society, and that to violate it is to invite chaos. The curse of hubris, the excessive pride that always leads to a fall, is a timeless warning against arrogance. It tells us that no matter how great our achievements, we must always remember our place in the larger scheme of things, and that true wisdom lies in humility. The binding power of oaths, especially those sworn by the Styx, speaks to the profound importance of keeping our word. It teaches us that promises, once made, have a power that can shape destinies, and that integrity is a force that even the gods must respect. The strange desires of the gods, their transformations for love or lust, reveal the unpredictable and often destructive nature of passion. They remind us that even the most powerful beings can be ruled by their desires, and that the pursuit of pleasure can often lead to unintended and tragic consequences for those caught in its path. Pandora's forbidden jar and the price of curiosity is a timeless tale about the dangers of unchecked desire for knowledge. It suggests that some truths, once revealed, can never be unseen, and that the pursuit of understanding can sometimes unleash forces beyond our control. The unseen hand of fate, the Moirai's unbreakable threads, forces us to confront the uncomfortable truth that some aspects of our lives may be predetermined. But the stories also offer a glimmer of hope, suggesting that while the ultimate destination may be fixed, the journey itself, and the choices we make along the way, still hold immense meaning. The taboo of cannibalism, a feast of horrors, is a stark reminder of the lines that should never be crossed. The acts so profoundly unnatural that they stain the very fabric of existence. It teaches us that some crimes are so heinous that they invite a curse that can poison generations. The rules of the underworld and the impossibility of return speak to the finality of death and the human longing to defy it. They remind us that while love and grief can inspire incredible journeys, there are boundaries that even the most powerful emotions cannot cross. The sacredness of nature and the vengeance for violating divine groves and animals is a powerful ecological lesson. It tells us that the natural world is not just a resource, but a living, sacred entity that demands respect, and that to harm it is to invite a terrible retribution. The burden of immortality, when eternal life becomes a curse, is a profound meditation on the nature of time and suffering. It suggests that endless existence without the accompanying gifts of youth or purpose can be a far greater torment than any death. The strange births of gods, their divine origins and mortal consequences, reveal the chaotic and unpredictable nature of creation. They remind us that power can emerge from the most unexpected places, and that the arrival of new forces can shatter old orders. The unseen guardians, the minor gods and spirits with quirky rules, teach us that the world is filled with countless unseen forces, and that even the smallest acts of disrespect can have profound and personal consequences. The price of prophecy, knowing too much or too little, forces us to confront the limits of our knowledge and the often cruel irony of destiny. It suggests that sometimes ignorance can be a form of bliss, and that the truth can be a heavy burden. The rules of divine intervention, when gods play with mortals, remind us that our lives are often influenced by forces beyond our control, and that even the most powerful beings can be driven by petty emotions. But they also suggest that even in the face of divine meddling, human courage and ingenuity can still find a way to shape events. The sacredness of family bonds and the divine wrath for betrayal reinforces the fundamental importance of kinship. It teaches us that the ties of blood are sacred, and that to violate them is to invite a vengeance that can haunt generations. The unbreakable chains of adamant and divine imprisonment are a chilling reminder of the absolute power of the gods and the finality of their justice. They suggest that for some crimes, there is no escape, and that eternal suffering is a very real possibility. The rules of heroism, what it takes to be a true Greek hero, teach us about the pursuit of glory, the dangers of hubris, and the complex balance between strength, cleverness, and piety. They remind us that true heroism is not just about fighting monsters, but about overcoming our own flaws. The dangers of divine beauty, when looks attract trouble, are a cautionary tale about the perils of being too noticeable and the tragic consequences of unwanted attention. They suggest that beauty, without wisdom or protection, can be a dangerous gift. The rules of justice, divine retribution, and cosmic balance reveal a universe that is ultimately moral, where every action has a consequence, and where the scales of justice, though they may grind slowly, will always find their balance. The strange rules of love, divine affairs, and their mortal victims expose the destructive power of jealousy and the collateral damage caused by divine passions. They remind us that even the most powerful love can be a source of immense suffering. The rules of kingship, power, duty, and divine expectations teach us about the sacred bond between a ruler and their people, and the profound consequences of a king's character on the well-being of their kingdom. The hidden meaning of monsters, what they represent, reveals that the challenges we face are often symbolic, requiring not just strength, but cleverness and understanding. The gifts of the gods, blessings with hidden costs, are a timeless warning about being careful what we wish for, and the ironic twists that can turn a blessing into a burden. The rules of creation, how the world and beings came to be, reveal a universe born of chaos and conflict, where power, struggles, and betrayals are woven into the very fabric of existence. The rules of the seasons, Demeter's grief, and Persephone's return, are a beautiful explanation for the cycles of life and death, growth and decay, and the enduring power of love and loss. The rules of prophecy, oracles, seers, and unavoidable fates force us to confront the limits of our knowledge and the often cruel irony of destiny. The rules of the hunt, Artemis's domain and vengeance remind us of the sacredness of the natural world and the fierce retribution for disrespecting it. The rules of the sea, Poseidon's temper and maritime laws, teach us about the unpredictable power of nature and the dangers of challenging divine authority. And finally, the rules of the sky, Zeus's weather and celestial control, reveal the constant, visible presence of divine power in the world and the absolute authority of the king of the gods. These weird rules are not just relics of a bygone era. They are enduring truths, profound insights into the human condition that continue to resonate today. They remind us that the universe is a place of wonder and terror, of order and chaos, and that our lives, no matter how small, are inextricably linked to the grand, cosmic dance of forces far greater than ourselves. They teach us humility, caution, and the enduring power of stories to make sense of the inexplicable. And perhaps most importantly, they remind us that even in a world ruled by powerful and unpredictable gods, there is still a profound wisdom to be found in understanding the strange, beautiful, and often terrifying rules that govern existence.